Hello, and welcome to another stream of Rise of the Tomb Raider. Going to continue my 100% playthrough as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. Hey there, Mita. Welcome on in, dude. First, absolutely. How's things going, dude? That's great, Mita. I'm glad to hear that it's going well, dude. You just arrived at work, and as soon as you sat down, saw the notification. Oh, excellent timing. That's good. And it's good that you actually got the notification when I went live, because I know sometimes people don't get the notification until much later. I've had that happen to me too with people's streams. I've also had it where they haven't appeared in my sidebar as being live, and I've gone, oh, I wonder if they're streaming. So I've typed in their name, and they've been live for hours. And I'm like, oh, I'm doing well, thanks, Mita. Things are going good. Having a good Sunday. I didn't actually think about when to do the Baba Yaga DLC content. I mean, I could do it right now, I suppose, and go off on that tangent now that we've done that, and then that'll unlock a certain outfit as well. But the first thing I do, I think, will actually be going back to previous locations and collecting stuff that I can get now. I mean, Twitch is weird sometimes. It can be, for sure. These things that work in a certain way, and you think, why? That's ridiculous. I mean, what's the point in having notifications go out if they're not going to be sent to the person in a decent amount of time? Cheers, dude. Thank you.
Overwatch, we have contact with the native in the old sawmill. We've wounded her, but it looks like they set traps around the perimeter. I've got one casualty so far. Doing a sweep.
Alone again. Jacob's gone ahead. There's something about him that I can't quite put my finger on. It's strange, but almost comforting. Like I could tell him anything, and it wouldn't faze him. I sense no judgment from him. Yet, at the same time, he's hard to read. My instincts tell me he's a good man. He saved my life. I think I can trust him, at least for now. But I can't shake a nagging feeling that he knows more than he's letting on.
So maybe you can start the DLC later. Yeah, you can pretty much do it whenever you want once it becomes active. Sometimes in playthroughs I've left it till the last thing. Other times I've tried to integrate it into the flow of the narrative. But what I'm going to do first is go and fast travel back to locations that I couldn't do certain things in before and see if we can now. Plus there's also some stuff I've got to do. I've got to do a little bit of grinding as well because I'm getting all the upgrades and stuff, including equipment upgrades for the playthrough. It's not counted as part of the 100%, but I'm adding that on top. Hey there, Stan. Welcome. Why is there a janitor on the comm saying he's going to sweep? It should be a military thing. Yeah, unless they're very desperate and they need to get people who aren't military involved, and they just were like, he's a janitor. This is good. We'll just sign him up. In me to usually leave it for the end or start it and then finish it later on. Yeah. Dr. Darling, welcome on in. You've decided which game you will be playing next. Oh, that's good. So what is the game? Dr. Darling, it starts with Alan and ends with Wake 2. So you're going to re-enter the spiral. Hey there, Amanda Nicole. How's it going today? Dodge kill. Kill unarmored enemies during a dodge counter with a perfectly timed press of the triangle button. Hey Godfather Al. Rise of the Legionnaire. Celebrating 10th anniversary. How's it going, Godfather Al? Crafting Mastery. Craft large capacity ammo and resource pouches at base camps and increase the amount of ammo crafted on the run. Godfather Al, so you're finally playing through Detroit Become Human. After a few episodes, you feel like you missed quite a few of the branches, so really have to play through this game at least twice to get most out of it. Oh, absolutely. I'm glad that you're playing the game, because I think it's a really good one, and there is a lot. Like, there's so much stuff that you'll not notice as well. Especially when there's parts of the game where you feel like there's a time constraint. I mean, sometimes there is, and it does have effect on what happens. But then there's times where it doesn't, and so you can sort of take your time a little bit. But that's great that you're playing it. Dr. Darling, you have decided that Alan should be allowed to write once more. Well, very good. Well, that's definitely good. Very curious to see what you think about the actual ending when it pops up. Hey, Kingslayer. It's going good, thank you. Welcome on in. Things are going well. How about yourself? Amanda Nicole, it's going good. How about you? You saw that you're playing Tomb Raider and had to watch? Oh, very nice. I'm glad to hear that it's going good. That's awesome. And thanks for joining the stream as well. I can't believe this game is also celebrating a 10th anniversary. 2 years ago, the previous game to this one celebrated its 10th. And now we are 2 years on, and now it's this game's turn. I'm doing well. Things are going good. Having a good weekend. And me too, that game has about 80 endings. Yeah, there's like some very strong endings, but then there's sort of like different endings that have little tiny differences as well. So imagine doing a 100% playthrough of that game. That'd take quite a few playthroughs. Grip wrap. Hang on. Choose a different bow before I continue. Oh, that's right. I hadn't gone through each bow, so now we get 100 XP for simply selecting the bows that we have. There you go. Stick with Death's Breath. Grip wrap. Wrapped grip provides better handling of the bow and faster draw speed. In Meta, yeah, you can still go to the main menu and restart a section even though the game doesn't recommend it. That's true too. Yeah. It's good when games give you that flexibility.
You're new with Trinity, right?
First contract. Had a few mates who vouched for me.
Don't screw this up. Best pay you can find, but they will not tolerate mistakes. They get the radio tower repaired?
Not yet. I don't think any of the techs thought they'd be repairing a 50-year-old comlink.
Well, they better figure it out.
Godfather, you did that once already? I only wish you could speed up the dialogue cutscenes when you see them multiple times already. Oh yeah, that would be good. Be able to just press a button and it skips ahead to the next part. Inmate to the game is like, I see what you were doing there, but you need to stick to your decisions. I'm like, yeah, but where is the fun in that? Yeah, it's like you're playing a video game, not real life. Godfather Al, when is my next Detroit Become Human playthrough? That is a very good question. I definitely want to play it again, because it's one of those games that I'd like to play at least once a year. The last time I played it, I decided to go for an approach where some stuff I left it up to chat to decide, in a combination of polls that I would put up in Twitch chat and also channel point redeems that I had set up. A couple were things that would dictate how a certain character would be played. So for example, I had one where Marcus had to be anti-human as much as possible throughout the whole game. And I had one where Connor had to become a deviant, and they were redeemed, and that's the path I had to take. With Kara, it was pretty tricky, so I decided just to put up a poll in chat at certain points to change some stuff with them. But it was quite fun to do it that way. The reason I did it that way too is to save time, because in the past I've done a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Odyssey where I was like putting up the vote to decide every single dialogue choice. So let's say there was 5 dialogue choices, one being the yellow choice that progresses things to the next point, but the other ones being white dialogue choices, which once you choose them and the dialogue is said, it then goes back to the selector quote stream, like a selector dialogue choice. But it was so time consuming because naturally, if people didn't vote for the yellow text option, it meant that I had to choose one of the other options. And then when the voting went up for the next option, not everyone voted for the yellow option to progress things. So if there was like 5 dialogue choices, it would take, 5 votes before it's like, well, there's only one choice left now, and that choice is what progresses things beyond that point. So I thought, if I ever do that with that game again, or others like it, with dialogue choices and stuff, I thought I might streamline it a bit. So that's what I did with Detroit Become Human. So what I've got my eye on to actually craft is the satchel. But I've got a long way to go to get the required stuff for that. And the thing in this game is if you keep hunting in the same area over and over again, it'll eventually decrease how much XP you get. Lucas, welcome on in. How's things? Squirrel Woman? Wrong game, I think. This isn't Squirrel Woman. This is Tomb Raider. I mean, this is Lara. Godfather professionalism. Yeah, it was like, what can I do to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Do a different playthrough I hadn't done yet, and also do a viewer choice kind of thing, or influence. Hey there, Code. You wonder how well those bows stay working in these cold weathers. A few shots, Lara would instead be like, gift wrapped? Yeah, that'd be interesting actually. Like, if someone did a mod for this game, it'd be interesting if they were able to make it so that your weapon would degrade over time, and so you would have to actually re-upgrade it again. Godfather Al, is there a Detroit Become Human Twitch overlay where chat can directly vote on screen, like you're seeing with Baldur's Gate 3? There could be. That'd be cool if there is. I know there is for Disco Elysium, but not sure about Detroit Become Human, though.
A thumb ring for a Mongolian archer, allowing them to shoot quickly while still mounted on horseback. This must have belonged to a warrior of some stature.
Godfather Al, have you played Disco Elysium? Heard a great thing about it, but you tried and had too much reading. You never read stuff in games. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff to read in that game. The director's cut, or the final cut, whatever they call it, I think it's the final cut, it actually has a lot of voice acting as an option. So if you prefer to just hear the dialogue and not read it, you can actually have that option for almost everything to be scripted. There might be some stuff that isn't, but you can also do the more traditional approach where you have only some stuff that has dialogue, narration, or you can read it yourself as well. But I've played it, and what I really liked about it is the quirkiness of certain aspects of it, and it's quite funny, and I was very interested in the story of a character who has amnesia, because I think it can be interesting, because not only is it a gameplay thing of you can decide what kind of personality does this character have. You can decide to go with, what you want, or sort of like go, well, this character's starting to learn stuff about themselves. How about we go and choose what matches with what they were, There's definitely parts about it that can be confusing, especially with progression, where it's like, okay, so where do I go now? Who do I talk to now? What area was unavailable to me that I could possibly go to now? But where was it? There's a lot of that can happen. Godfather Al, you're always impatient and read ahead, then you realize could be fucked reading and still have to read the responses. Reading in game in 2025. I don't blame you though too, because even as a streamer, there's some times where I don't feel like reading out text. That's why these games are great, because there's narration for all the journals that you find and all that kind of stuff.
A Mongolian tug. A banner of sorts to be affixed to a spear. This one looks like it's seen some violence.
What's the word on the local guides they picked up outside the valley?
Said they were hired by 2 people, one of them a young British woman. But they left them in the mountains before the avalanche.
Sounds like Constantine's.
Alright, so this dialogue we've actually heard from other enemy NPCs. So that's good to know that dialogue will actually repeat from enemies that spawn in locations where you've already done the story stuff there, but you've fast traveled back to get stuff done, like collectibles and stuff. So I'll still double check when I come across enemies to make sure that I'm getting new dialogue from them. But it's good to know that there's actually double ups of the dialogue. In Mita, you were playing some Mass Effect off stream yesterday. You found a planet that had too much oxygen for humans to breathe. It was quite interesting and it had little monkeys too. Oh yeah, I remember that planet. Yeah, they were quite funny creatures actually. That's something that I kind of miss. That's not in Mass Effect 2. Is and it's not in 3 either, unfortunately. Is the going down to the planets to collect these sort of like samples and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But on the other hand, it is actually quite good to be able to just go to a planet, scan the surface, and then get what you want and then leave. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword for me. At first you didn't realise that if you stayed a lot outside you would die, and you only noticed it when you were almost dead, and Shepard said, "I'm bleeding." I was like, "Oh shit, run to the Mako." It's like, quick, get their stat. Cool, so we have done 100% of Syria, 100% of Mountain Peak, 100% of Siberian Wilderness, 100% of Glacial Cavern. Cool. Alright. Hey there, Shaky. How's it going, dude? So those doors there. That's the little cutscene that plays when you go through. But if you time it right, I think on these ones you can actually jump through it to avoid that little cutscene. There we go.
Kokos of Nicaea, the astronomer.
Alright, so let's actually go in and see if there's any more dialogue about that which we just interacted with. Oh yeah, Curtis's, this was what we got. Is there any extra dialogue if I interact with this?
There was a time when our empire fought with sword and shield. But we learned from our enemies. The horsemen of the steppes and the archers of the east taught us, at great cost. We adopted their strategies, took their lessons to heart, and brought their mercenaries to our side with coin. In time, we learned to be just as deadly with a bow, just as quick. Let these lessons, learned in blood, be your birthright as a soldier of the Empire.
In Mita, now you're trying to explore every system and planet you can land on before you do the last main mission. It's when a game grabs you in that way and you just want to explore every nook and cranny of it. I'm the best bodybuilder in the world. I eat banana and lift iron. I need to be prepared for war when Skynet will attack. I will be back. Hey there, Scar. Good morning. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression as well. Skynet was shaking in its, well, it doesn't have boots, but insert something that is related to technology that would be like a boot. How's it going, Scar? Welcome. Stan, yeah, speedrun strats. Yeah, these little tiny things, you know. It's cool, though. But there's some that you think, oh man, if only could actually jump through there. Hey there, Sona, welcome. Gears, yeah, that could work. Yeah, shaking in its gears. That's a good call, Sona. How's it going? Welcome on in. I've never actually interacted with these before. Man, I had tunnel vision when it came to these documents and going into the menu and entering into each entry. Because the codices, I never went in and then examined the documents. This other stuff, you collect it anyway, and you hear it, so I've never had any purpose to go into the menu for that. It was only really like the journal entries of Lara's father and also the therapy sessions that I would actually go in and look at. Now we've got another section which is crypt murals. Kokos, the astronomer.
Ah, what do you call a medieval spy? Surveillance?
Very clever, Dr. Darling. That's a good pun. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Kokos, the astronomer. The stars will guide us to the prophet's truth.
Kokos stands at the crest of the mount, watching as the stars move round him.
Sona, you're playing on your phone. None of your friends are online right now. Oh, that's fair enough, Sona. Yeah, it's good to have some things that you can do while you're waiting for other things. Scar, is it expensive to have Bane and Arnie in the basement? They have to eat, right? Bane has to take his mask off every time.
A prophet must have his followers. Kokos of Nicaea was one of the prophets first. Branded a heretic in his home city, Kokos joined the pilgrimage north. His knowledge of the stars helped guide the way. It is said that Kokos and the prophet would sit for hours under the stars debating the nature of the universe and man's fraught place within it. For the prophet, he built an orrery of planets and stars, so that even during the dark of winter, he might gaze upon the night sky.
Nice. Yeah, so that orrery that we visit later in the game was built by Kokos. And Mita, that's an interesting name. It definitely is, if it's taken a certain way. The city of Katesh wasn't built by the prophets alone. He drew the best and brightest to his fold. Kinda Scar? I don't... Like... Depends on how long ago that was. Maybe subconsciously I remembered it.
You're new with Trinity, right?
First contract. Had a few mates who vouched for me.
Don't screw this up. Best pay you can find.
Alright, we've heard this dialogue
They
before.
will not tolerate mistakes. They get the radio tower repaired.
Not yet. I don't think any of the techs thought they'd be repairing a 50-year-old comlink.
Well, they better figure it out.
Keep your eyes peeled for any sign of the natives. No telling when they'll try another attack.
Like to see them try.
You hear that? I'll go look. An air?
Dr. Darling, actually kokos means grain and speck, as in grain of sand, speck of dust. Oh, nice, Dr. Darling, cool. Thanks for that. So kokos means grain, speck. So is that used in the sense of if you told someone you wanted to harvest some grain, would you then, is that a word that you would use? Or do you just mean it's used in that saying? Like if you were to say the saying of, it's just a speck of dust. Like you'd say, you know, it's just a grain of sand. Stan, headshot only challenge, but you need to reinstall the game if you fail. Reinstall it. Yeah, and you have to do it on stream as well. Just stream the reinstalling of the game. Stan, in Australian internet. It's like, do people have that kind of patience? Dr. Darling, it's also used for seeds. I wonder if any companies have named themselves Kokos. That sells seeds and grains. Stan, you'll be taking an 8-hour-long break. I'll be with you shortly. Can play another game in the meantime. There's a jump here that I like to do that bypasses having to interact with the other thing. Hopefully we'll get some XP for doing this again. Just sliding down. There we go.
I've infiltrated the ranks of the enemy and learned that they come seeking the rich resources of the mountain. They appear to know nothing of the secret we protect. Those who build the Iron Road are themselves prisoners, slaves of the Red Army. Massive machines now use the Iron Road, bringing more slaves, food, and raw materials for construction of a small city. It is time for me to return to my people so we might plan our attack. If we can inflict heavy losses upon them before they reach the mountain, they may give up and turn back.
A closer look. Red arrival. From his description, it sounds like the Soviets built a railroad directly to the mountain. This guy, you think eating onions as a punishment can be worse. If you mess, you take a bite of an onion. Oh no. An onion with hot sauce on it. I don't have the lockpick, so I'll have to come back here at a later date. But I'm going to go and do that side mission where you unlock it. Alright, I thought Lara might say something if I interact with that, but nope. When I came past here in the story, I didn't take time to go off and collect some stuff, so we'll do that now.
Someone's rosary. These beads have been worn away, almost to nothing.
The loss of the fuel tanks will slow them down, but it won't stop them.
Who are you people?
All that can come later. If you want answers, then listen close. We've managed to destroy the old radio tower, but there are repeaters that keep them connected. We need to shut them down. Help me, and I'll let the others know they can trust you. We need all the allies we can get.
Communications breakdown. Mission reward. Lockpick.
I'll keep an eye out for them.
Good. We don't have much time.
Scar, after 10 onions and a visit to ER, Rod finally did complete his challenge. But also, he never played that game ever again. That's right. It'd be like, no, once is enough. No more. In Meta, you made a new emote based on Resident Evil games. Oh, you did? Oh, cool. A save. Ah, very good. That's awesome. Taking the typewriter and putting save above it. That's cool, in Meta. It's a good idea. In Meta, sometimes you don't have ideas and then something comes to mind. Oh, that's all good, dude. No worries at all. And I know what that's like too, as well. Sometimes you think to yourself, why didn't I think of this sooner?
There's a trail here. Well worn.
Hey there, Star. How's things? Welcome on in. Alright, we'll get Deadly Force. Stealth finishes are much faster and kill enemies with brutal force. Press triangle to kill nearby, unaware enemies. Hey there, Coffee. How's it going? Is this the Baba Yaga Trail? Yeah, it does actually go off to that. So once you go past this tomb entrance, if you go along that way, I haven't initiated that yet, but I want to wait till a certain point before I do. You're going good, Star? Excellent. You're warming up over here, thankfully. Well, that's good. I hope we were cooling down here. We've had enough warming up here. But that's good to hear, Star. Hey, Mr. Epic. How's things? It's been in the 30 degrees last few weeks, got a little snow, then finally hit 50s to 60s yesterday today. Well, that's definitely interesting how it can fluctuate, go from one thing to the other as well. I mean, the funny thing is we're in summer here, but we've also had days where it's been really sort of cold and windy, and we've had rain and all that kind of stuff, which I prefer when that happens. But definitely had our fair share of, stinking hot days as well.
What is that sound?
Star, Texas at its finest. You're dreading the summer. I can't imagine what summer would be over there. Like, it must have been the wind in Mita. Very apt as well for this current challenge tomb. Stand good, away back if she falls. Yeah, bene.
Without this place, this divine sculpture of wind and rock, we would have been lost. The story of the scout who found this place is well known to us all, but most of you do not know how close we came to dying. We were lost in the mountains, no food, no hope. We had begun to doubt the prophet himself, but the scout heard the sound and took it to be a sign. He alone ascended these cliffs, drawn by the music, and from there, he saw our salvation. This is not just a shrine to him and his bravery, but to the strength of our faith.
The scout, voice of God, in praise of a long-dead scout who led the prophet through these mountains. Mr. Epic just recently saw how the AC Infinity launcher looked, and man, do you hate it already. You already know that just like the Call of Duty launcher, the storage is going to irritate you, especially that most of it goes to the launcher itself, you reckon? Yeah. The whole idea about the hub, and instead of going to a character in the game you're playing to access the kind of weekly items and the store and all that kind of stuff, they're putting that into that Animus hub thing, and they're trying to obviously make it the center of all Assassin's Creed stuff moving forward, not just with narrative but also with things such as items that you can get and all that kind of stuff. It seems like they've listened a little bit to criticism of having items that, you know, you can buy instead of actually having to earn. Because they said something about there's key items in the Animus Hub that you actually have to do things to earn. So I think that's actually a good step in the right direction. The only thing is, someone mentioned rewriting history with the Assassin's Creed series, and I'm sort of like, okay, what are we talking here? Are we talking retconning certain things that have happened to ruin the timeline of events? You know, but it remains to be seen exactly what they're doing with the present day story, because it was Odyssey that first introduced the concept that the future wasn't fixed and that there was so many different things that could happen, setting the stage for potentially Quebec saying that anything can be changed because it literally hasn't happened yet, and that they might mess with certain stuff. So I just don't know. But the Animus Hub thing, it's good that we finally actually have some concrete information, because in the past it's been stuff that was confirmed, but then it was rumored, but then it was changed, but then it might be still in it, you know, and all that kind of stuff. It hits 110 to 115 at times, can feel like 118 to 120. Yeah, I can hear that. You know, it's like you think it might be a certain temperature and you find out that it actually was more.
This was some sort of a shrine. Pilgrims came here to show their respect.
Mr. Epic also saw that they're going to do battle passes now. Really? Wasn't you already pushing it with skins and time savers, but a battle pass in a single player game? That's just bullshit. Yeah.
Written meditations. A place of reflection.
Alright, so I want to get the dialogue from Lara about certain things, so we'll go into instinct mode to see what she says.
If I could lower the gate, I should be able to climb higher. There. At least this counterweight still works. Should be able to connect that counterweight to the winch.
They say you never forget the first time you hear the sound. My parents took me here to contemplate the mysteries from beyond the shrine. In time, I will bring my children here. They say that without the music of the mountains, our ancestors would have wandered the earth until they died. But instead, these mountains called them home. Just as it calls to me.
Mountain Song, Voice of God. A pilgrim reflects on visiting the shrine. This must have been an important place for them. So, wow, that's bullshit. They're getting greedy. Yeah, there was something with Rainbow Six as well. I think they were doing a membership thing on top of having to pay for the base game, on top of having to pay for extra content or something. I don't know. It's just like, next you'll actually want to charge players to access beyond the start screen. Mr. Epic, they say the battle pass will be free and you can get it with currency you can grind for, but they're saying, oh, it's free now, but later on we expect you to pay for it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they change it to a paid thing later.
Maybe I could swing it. Somehow. Maybe I could swing it. Somehow. Yes, that looks better. Maybe I could swing it. Somehow. What's this blade? Got to time that a bit better. Missed something. It's not going to do any good at that level. Got it. Now to open the door. Unbelievable. It's a natural formation. It's a codex. This one is a series of meditations on willpower.
Inner strength. If critical injuries are sustained in battle, indicated by the screen turning grey, health will be automatically restored. This instant regeneration of health will occur only one time per combat encounter and will refresh between encounters. This was one of the tombs that I would do when I did my no death challenge, to just give me a little bit of an extra edge in combat to save myself from dying. In Meta, in your opinion, it should be like the Mass Effect Legendary Edition launcher. Very simple, and you can decide which game you want to play, but no, Ubi wants more. That's true in Meta. Like, if you look at Assassin's Creed Unity, the whole premise in present day with Abstergo was that they've taken memories and they've created entertainment experiences based on those memories. And that players in the Assassin's Creed universe who want to experience these games that are based on actual, well, I say that, but the Templars have edited it. But selecting what you want to play from a menu, that's what fans have wanted with the Assassin's Creed series when they found out about the Animus Hub. Just simply be a thing where you can go into it and you can be like, right, I want to play Assassin's Creed 1. And so you just go in there and Assassin's Creed 1 gets loaded up. You know, you want to play Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, you just load that up and boom. You want to play Origins, load it up and boom. You want to play Revelations, load it up and boom. You know, that kind of stuff. And even come up with like little games within the game. Like you could have done a memory where Abstergo has edited the memories of a certain character, like Yusuf from Assassin's Creed Revelations, for example. You know, they could have done stuff like that as well. Mr. Epic, they'll probably do what COD does with two tiers. The free tier is bullcrap item, and the premium tier you get the good stuff like the skins and the weapons. I wouldn't be surprised if they do as well, you know. But yeah, anything they can do to make money passively as well is what they want to do too. Yes, Star definitely can be lame as well. I mean, if you've got money to throw around, then sure, I can see the appeal, but if you just want to be able to get certain items and you feel like doing things in the game itself should be enough to earn it, then, you know, but it's all about maximizing their profit, nothing more, nothing less. They don't give a shit about what players want. Yeah, you know, that can definitely be a thing too, as well. Or they take what players want and they make slight changes here and there to make it not exactly what they wanted, but just enough to make the players think that they're getting what they wanted, but they're not entirely getting what they wanted. You know. Scar, they say you never forget the first time when you hit your little toe against an edge, coconut, aka Kokos. I hate doing that, by the way, Scar. I've actually done it where, and this was back when, you know, had a home phone. I went out to answer it. I ran out, actually. And of course, as I was running past down the hallway, my little toe had to hit the door frame of one of the doors in the hallway. That was very friggin' painful. To say the least. Dr. Darling, the Codex. Aha, you found another one. How exciting. Good one, Dr. Darling. And Mita, inner peace, slow. That's true. It'd be cool if there was an ability where you could just basically meditate to the point where enemies don't even notice you're there. Mr. Epic, they also said that games like AC Origins, if you own it, it will be added to the launcher. They better let us able to install and play the original version without the launcher, otherwise you'd be pissed off. If you want to play Origins, you don't want to be forced to download that crappy launcher. Yeah, I think though that's where they're going. Like, for example, if you want to load up Origins, you have to load up the Animus Hub first and then access Origins. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. Like they've said that the Animus Hub comes with Shadows, not the other way around. They didn't say that the Animus Hub comes with Shadows. They said Shadows comes with the Animus Hub. But yeah, they'd have to, redo Origins and add the functionality of the Animus Hub. You know what I mean? So I don't know what they're going to do in that regard. Hey there, Lucas. How's it going? Oh, darling, I heard you like launchers, so we put a launcher in your launcher and another launcher. Yeah, and me too, it's just annoying when they do that kind of stuff. Dr. Darling, Coconut. I love that song. Coconut again. Okay, so there's something I need to interact with. Is it in here? Codices, ancient abilities, inner strength. Alright, so we'll interact with this and get more information about it.
Pain is illusory, just as the body it is tied to. Our souls feel no pain. When we split, rend and tear our flesh, our souls still soar, unblemished and undamaged. When you learn to separate the lies of our bodies from God's truth of the soul, then the adversary has no hold upon you. Your body may die, torn limb from limb, and you will call out with joy, for your soul is eternal and free of pain.
It's a shame it's taken me 10 years to actually find out that there's certain things that you can interact with in the document menu that gives you extra information and extra dialogue for things that in the game itself, when you come across it, you might interact with it and Lara might say a couple of things, but then you go into the document menu and interact with that entry, and then there's even more. Because as I said before, whenever I would play this game and I would cover extra content, the only thing that I would do is I would go in and I would listen to these therapy sessions that Lara had, or I would also look at the Journal of Lord Croft and play those. They were the only reasons I went in to the document menu in the past. And I didn't bother with accessing these because we come across these in the game world anyway, and I've listened to them anyway. So the only reason that I would go into this document menu in the past was for the Journal of Lord Croft and for these therapy sessions. So it's cool that there's extra information you get from the crypt murals that you come across, the Soviet crests that you come across, as well as the journey in Syria when you look at the murals and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of cool. I'm glad that I found that out eventually, though, because then in future playthroughs, when I want to do more than just a general playthrough, then I can actually do this too.
A ceremonial cloth worn by priests during Mass.
since we've gotten to the point in the story where Lara has her outfit automatically changed, I forgot to actually read the entry on it. So this is the Remnant jacket, a brown canvas jacket received from Jacob. Lightweight yet sturdy. Mr. Epic, can't wait to boot up AC Shadows and having to download 500 gigs and fill up your PS5 and having to delete other games because you got no space for it. Thanks, Yubi. You guys really know how to piss off your fan base. Yeah, that's the thing too, when you have like so much space, you end up having to shift things around, uninstall stuff, reinstall other things and all that kind of stuff. I mean, unless you have like a add-on like an SSD or a hard drive, of course. But still, that's obviously extra money that needs to be spent to be able to have that. Plus, their ultimate goal anyway is to go to the subscription-based model where you don't buy a physical game anymore and you don't buy a digital game anymore, but rather you pay a monthly fee to access your games. I've been trying to do certain things in this part of the game without triggering anything more towards Baba Yaga, but I'm going to have to do that because the final thing I need to interact with for this side mission is literally smack bang where this next part of the Baba Yaga DLC is.
Do not let the target slip away. We need to know why they were following Bravo Team. Bravo hasn't run into any more resistance along the way. But find the native. We need to get some answers.
Now, how is that for stealth interacting with that? And there was a small explosion after interacting with that, and yet the guy that was literally right behind it did not hear. Well, I'm glad it worked out like that, because, yeah, I didn't want to trigger too much of that DLC content yet. Mr. Epic, I feel bad for the people with low internet having to download that for over a day, because either where they live, internet connection is bad, or people with not a lot of money having really low speeds. Yeah, that's true too. You know, that's definitely a factor as well that they need to actually consider, because then it just creates a barrier to potential buyers as well, which in turn, you know, obviously makes them want to wait for a sale to go on. Stan, nice, well executed. Thank you, Stan. I wasn't quite sure. I thought, bugger it, I'll just go for it. If I have to kill those enemies, then so be it, but I'm glad it worked out like that. Now we can complete this side mission and get the lockpick. Cool, now I can craft the satchel. Compact hide pouch that increases resource storage capacity. Alright, for the Venom hand cannon, muzzle brake. Redirects gases released when firing to counter recoil and unwanted rising of the barrel. Mr. Epic, man, Roger, just realised something. If you own the game on Steam, you automatically have to boot up the UB launcher and also the Infinity launcher. That's insane. All these damn launchers you need to launch, you know, and then that's your CPU and RAM and all that has to actually deal with. Alright, so we have new gear unlocked, a new pistol. Ah, he's finally spawned.
Are the transmitters destroyed?
The repeaters are offline. It's done.
So it is. We don't have much to spare, but if you're fighting with us, you can use this.
There we go. Lockpick acquired. A makeshift lockpick that allows Lara to open padlocks found on some chests and doors. So it was a semi-auto pistol that we unlocked. Semi-auto pistol. Standard issue pistol focused on rapid firing speed. Mr. Epic, at that point, won't it influence your performance? Yeah, that's the other factor too as well. That it would have an effect on that. Alright, let's get Naturalist. Increase the amount of natural crafting resources gathered from each source.
You're back. Good. You can help us then.
What's the problem?
I have warriors spread across this valley. Last night, 2 of my bravest were captured, and I have reason to believe they are still alive. There was a third with them who escaped, and he tells me they were taken beneath the train station. Saw them put into cages before he managed to escape. I have a dozen other warriors in the valley, and I have to stay here to coordinate their strikes. But you, I've seen what you can do, and I must ask you to help.
The unlucky ones. Mission reward, infiltrator outfit.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. They knew the risks, and they would happily die for the cause. But I can't let that happen.
Scar, well, when a developer is lazy and greedy, nothing good will come out of that. To be honest, you're glad that Ubisoft and many other companies do get shit from people and karma from life. You'll not even be sad if they will fall apart. Same thing with Sony, EA, and other company that are doing that kinds of things. Yeah, there's a certain level of thinking that they'll be able to go on forever. And while there are a lot of companies that go on for decades and decades, that's not the case with every single company that exists. So there could one day be a point where they all go under. But the question then would be, you know, who buys them out? Because obviously the name of something can still go on, unless they decide, hey, we want to change the name. Which I don't see them doing. Like, if Ubisoft was to be bought, I don't think they'd have a name change. They'd still be known as Ubisoft.
Did you find them?
Not yet, but I will.
There we go. That's the dialogue I came back for. Jump scare.
Hang on. I'll go look.
I copy.
Yes, dude. Stealth. Let's go. For a moment, I thought it wasn't going to be a stealth kill. I was like, oh shit. Now that I have the lockpick, we can open this door.
A Gulag identification card for one of the prisoners.
Mr. Epic, it's kind of funny that there is now a time where you're enjoying watching a game studio go bankrupt. Volition, who made Saints Row, who betrayed their fans with making a Fortnite Disney humor game, and because of that, the whole studio is gone. It keeps on happening to other studios that keep making such stupid games, and they wonder why no one is buying. Why can't they just make the game like in the past when they made it, because they were fans themselves? Yeah, I mean, there's an integrity of things where you have something that is successful, and the things that made it a success, if they're taken away, that can be something that makes them a failure, even if some of the stuff that they add actually is successful. Sometimes it's not. So if you're taking the successful elements away and adding elements that end up not being successful, then you're going to be driving the franchise, if it's a franchise, into the ground. For example, a Doom game, it's all about the violence. It's all about the gore. It's all about the quick getting in there, killing enemies, that kind of stuff. You take that away, you're taking a big chunk out of what makes Doom, you know what I mean? Whereas like, hey, if you want to do a game that doesn't have those elements, then just create a new IP. If you want to do a game where you just go around in first person hugging people, like Doug Hugg'em, referencing Mega 64, then go ahead, make that game. I'm being facetious about the whole running around hugging people, but I mean, if you seriously want to make a game where that's the goal, then, go for it as well. But don't take something that already exists and then add that on top of it, because then it just becomes ridiculous. What?
Got you back. Moving into cover.
What the hell? What? They were asleep. What the fuck? I wonder if they're always asleep, or if that was just a random thing. Because I want to see if there's any dialogue from them. Dr. Darling, you're in conflict with yourself. 30 games to play, and yet somehow you want to replay the one you just finished. I mean, hey, if that's what you feel, I would definitely lean into that. Like, if you're in the mood to replay Alan Wake 2, you know, jump on that and do that while you still feel that way, you know. Hey there, Les Minaj. It's going good, thanks. Things are going well. I hope you're having a good weekend. How's it going?
Hold on. Check. Understood.
Give me suppressing fire.
You're dead! Focusing fire! Let's go!
Alright, I guess there's no dialogue from them, and they're always asleep when you happen upon them. Fair enough, game. I like that. He instantly knew exactly where I was. Mr. Epic, the new Doom game looks great. Only one thing you notice, they removed the glory kills and replaced them with cheap punches and kicks. Why would they do that? The glory kills was what the other two great. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You'd think they would keep it. And if they wanted to add the other, then add it. Now you won't see Doom Guy ripping and tearing anymore. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous.
Psst. Hey, over here.
It's okay. I'm gonna get you out of here.
And they priced it at $80/euro. Really? It's over 100 here for the base game.
So cold.
Reminds me of a song by Static X called Cold. It was featured in the Queen of the Damned soundtrack. That's normal price nowadays. Yeah. It's unfortunate. There's games that I want to play, but they're like $120 for the base game. And I'm like, I won't be playing that for a while. I was having a look, and the base game for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 here in Australia is like $130, $140.
Did you find them?
I found your warriors. They're alive.
I'm starting to think it's not an accident you came to our valley, Lara Croft. You know we cannot offer you much, but I hope this will aid you.
New gear. Infiltrator. It calls it gear, but this is an outfit in this item's case. Here we go, Infiltrator. Camouflage pants and matching olive shirt with a tactical vest and scarf. Outfit bonus. Reduces the delay before health begins regenerating when damaged. Just to give it a quick preview. Because my plan is to have Lara wear the Remnant jacket until such point as we unlock the outfit related to the Baba Yaga DLC. In which case, for the rest of the stream, I would have Lara wear that. Mr. Pickle's so awesome seeing Doomguy ripping eyeballs out and using their own body parts to kill them. Now you see him punching and kicking the mobs away. Imagine nerfing the gore in a Doom game. You heard devs are waiting for Rockstar to price their standard game $100 so they can do it too. Yeah, that is really a silly thing to take away out of a Doom game. Like, they've had it for 2 games now, so why get rid of it? Doesn't make sense. And yeah, like, if I have to pay $200 for a game, I ain't paying that much for it. So if GTA 6 was priced at that for me, for example, I wouldn't be buying it until it was like, you know, less than 100. So I'd be waiting a few years. Dr. Darling, but honestly, Alan Wake 2 is perhaps the best game you've played in the past few years. Oh, that's good. That's good that you enjoyed it. Alan's chapters are so good. Oh, yeah. I love all the layering of different elements of story and character and meta and all that kind of stuff. It's just really done well. Dr. Darling, so when am I playing it again? I'll be playing it again in October to do the New Game Plus part. Although, I just remembered I did want to actually play through the game and do the DLC as well, but actually do it at the points in which the main story offers them up to you. So, yeah, I probably will play through the game from scratch as well. Hey there, Keone. I hope things are going well. Welcome on in. Dr. Darling. Okay, so you have 8 to 9 months to finish New Game Plus. That's true. If you want to avoid spoilers, that's for sure. Whoops, I forgot I had the rifle equipped.
Lara, I'm in need of your skills if you have a moment.
What's the problem?
I've been expecting a messenger bird with a report on the invaders' movements. It's critical that we stay ahead of them. But the damn bird is lost because of the radio tower in the facility. Whatever that thing puts out, it seems to cripple the bird's sense of direction. Our man who gathered the info was killed, so that message is all we have to honor the price he paid. I know you can track that damn crow as good as any of the hunters. Will you help us?
Misguided intelligence. The mission reward is the shotgun spreader choke.
I'll do my damnedest.
I'd appreciate that.
Dr. Darling didn't know that Ilka Villi voiced Thomas Zane. I didn't either, actually. That's so cool. That's awesome.
Don't shoot. I'm with Jacob. He told us to wait for you, but these bastards found us first.
I got another quest giver here. It's like, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to wait in the queue. We're already helping someone.
Did you find the bird? We need those messages.
Found your bird, finally. Here's the message it had.
Yes. This is exactly what we need. Supply lines, patrol routes. We'll prepare an ambush. We're in your debt, Lara. All of us.
Shotgun spreader choke. Weapon attachments are gun-specific pieces of equipment that are added to weapons and modify the behavior and abilities. All guns of similar type will get an attachment once acquired. Attachments are automatically applied to all appropriate weaponry. We don't have a shotgun yet, so we won't be able to see the shotgun spreader choke. Scar, 100 euros for the game is the standard because of war, sanctions and inflation. Also, we do have big fans who will pay that price for any price because they can't wait. That's true, Scar, yeah, exactly. Like, there's some people where it's just like, that's alright. I've got $5,000, I can spare 200 for a game I want, you know. Mr. Epic, recently watched the ending cutscene of Suicide Squad, and man, the amount of stupidity you saw was baffling. Apparently the Justice League they killed were clones all along, and this was Batman's plan all along. But Wonder Woman is still dead because she wasn't a clone. Makes sense, right? Oh my god. Like, that's the thing with stuff like that, is they can fall back on, it was just a clone, it was just a dream, it's an alternate universe, to explain away why they've done stupid things narratively. Not all franchises get that luxury, where you can just say, yeah, but that was like a dream that happened, so it doesn't matter if everything's crap about it. It was just a dream. Hey there, Adrian. How's it going? Not yet, no. Yeah, there's some other stuff I want to do first. But I'm going to do it in this stream, though.
They'll be back through here soon. I need to get somewhere safe.
Oh, God. Are you all right?
I'll live. But I need a safe place to rest, in case the invaders return. There's a cave across the bridge over there. A wolf den. They won't look there. But I can't clear it out on my own. Not like this. If you could kill them, we'll have a safe place to regroup. I might even have something for that pistol of yours. Can you help us?
Dangerous territory. Mission reward pistol sight.
Yes, of course. Stay out of sight. I'll be back.
Thank you. Jacob was right about you.
Stay here. I'll be back. Trust me. All the loot. Scar. Also, we have quote-unquote fake people on Twitch, YouTube, and on social media who do pretend and lie while playing a new game, which they got for free, and telling others how great the game is by playing it and helping build hype for companies. Oh yeah, that's true, you know. There's definitely that goes on as well. I mean, you look at what happened in recent times with Ubisoft giving people trips to Disneyland and all that kind of stuff who were actually, like, you know, big YouTubers and reviewers. Like, you don't do that just as a random gift, you know what I mean? Unless there's an ulterior motive, which is to butter them up for review purposes, you know what I mean? So, that kind of stuff definitely goes on. But unfortunately, though, even when people actually are being disingenuous, they still get support, which is, you know, just enabling that kind of thing. And they don't even have to say it to the person. Like, they don't have to literally say, I'm giving you a gift because I want you to give us a good review. They're being generous like that in the hope that they will psychologically influence the person to feel obligated or feel like they need to give some kind of positive thing, you know what I mean? As a sign of gratitude to the gift being given as well. Like, it's different if you're someone involved in the game. Like, if you're an actor who has played a character in the game, and then the company wants to fly you out to all these places, and as part of that deal, they pay for your food and all that. Like, that's different, you know. But when it's reviewers that get that treatment, and then they go and give the game a good review, then it can be questionable about the authenticity of what they're saying as well. Mr. Epic, they've just uncanoned the game with the new Batman, saying things like it was an alternate timeline all along. Gotcha good. Yeah, pretty much, you know. Like, it's almost like a get out of jail free card where it's like, yeah, but it's an alternate universe, so it doesn't matter if it's not good. You know what I mean? It's like, it's only a what-if scenario. mean, the whole twist of they were just clones all along. After how many hours of grinding that players have done, how many times they had to defeat the same boss, but maybe with some slightly different things, in order to then be told months later, oh, by the way, it's just all, you know, it was just all clones. Dr. Darling, oh no, Rod thinks he's Arnold. It finally happened. All those redemptions ruined him. Stan, Rod Legion redeemed Arnie impression. Well, that's the thing, which is funny. Like, if you're a streamer, you can redeem your own redemptions infinitely without even having to use channel points, which is definitely understandable. But the only channel points I do that with is must have been the wind, or take it easy, I'm needling you. You know, I wouldn't do it for, like, you know, other things. But I do like to do the impression randomly sometimes. But I don't like to do it frequently, though, because then it would defeat the purpose of having the channel point redeem. But then again, that channel point redeem is specific to actually saying what the person redeeming it wants me to say. But I'm definitely not going to use my own... I'm definitely not going to game the system of it by redeeming it myself for people. You know what I mean? So...
Clear out the cave? Is it safe?
The cave is clear. If you head there now, you'll be safe.
Thank you. Here, take this. Jacob told us to protect you, but you weren't the one who needed it.
New gear acquired, pistol sights. Mission complete. Dangerous territory. Attachments. Pistol sight. Increases zoom factor. Nice. Scar, that's why those people have a name, social media influencer. They do help selling products via their big fan base who wears rainbow glasses and cannot actually see the true product. Monkey sees, monkey does. Yeah, that's true, you know. I think a lot of the time being honest goes a long way, even if people who appreciate honesty still don't like what is being done. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a social media influencer and you're hoodwinking people and lying to them, then they're going to be more upset with you than if you told them the truth. They'd still probably not think much of you, but at least you're being upfront about it as well. But you gotta laugh at these influencers sometimes, because it's like, it's a high level of ego to think that other people are going to get something just because you did. Like, I get it, like, if you look at stores where people buy something, like, someone might buy an item, and then the other person looking is like, you know what, that looks actually pretty good, I might buy it myself. That's a different thing, you know, that's something that can naturally happen. But if you're doing a video and you're saying, right, you know, here's a product that I think that everyone should get. I think they should get it because I'm important and what I say is important. So go and buy this product, you know, all that stuff as well. Stan, how much stuff left in this area? That's actually a good question. Alright, so in this whole area here, the Soviet installation, I've got 2 more tombs to do, 1 more mission to do, 3 more challenges to do, and I've got still a heap of strong boxes left, 1 more crypt treasure to find, quite a few relics to get, quite a few documents and murals and survival caches and coin caches as well to get. Hey there, Jonas. I hope things are going well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, Stan, a lot. Absolutely. Survivalist. Increase the amount of man-made crafting resources gathered from each source. Of course, Rod. I need to give the game time to actually spawn the guy into this cave. Scar, according to research, Apple makes most money from selling iPhones to teenagers. This is where the most money they do get from. Young people, they want to be seen, they want to be important, and want to be in the center of attention. iPhone has that status thing. If you have the iPhone, you'll be a popular teenager in school, like other popular kid in school. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, undoubtedly, there's that sort of aspect, like all the marketing and stuff. Like, we've reached a point, well and truly, where the whole formula for marketing and also psychological factors that could influence people, like, companies know these things and they use them. It's not like the companies don't and that it's not a thing. These are really, tactics that get used. Whether they get used in a very sort of like heavy-handed way or a subtle way. Yeah, and me to the game is like, hold your horses, Rod, jeez. Just give us time. You only just finished the side mission with the guy. Plus he's injured too, so in the world of the game, he still needs to actually, get to the spot. Exactly, Mita. Give him time. He's had a big day. It's so funny, the spacing of the text rise of the. Whenever I'm doing my YouTube thumbnails or I'm doing my About Me picture, I always have to, well, I mean, I've got a template for it now, but I mean to say, before I made the template, I was always changing the spacing between the rise of the part of the title to fit it onto the images that I've been using.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there.
You've seen the mine by the old Soviet facility? Many of our people died there. Careful of the death cap mushrooms that grow in the valley. You wouldn't want to eat them, but they make a powerful poison.
You mean they don't make you grow bigger? And they don't give you an extra life? Damn.
Many of our people worked the mines for the Soviets. Even after we drove them out, they died of a strange sickness. There are places all over the valley marked with chimes and totems. Our ancestors placed those there. You'd be wise to steer clear of them.
You know, I don't think I've ever come across these two NPCs in a playthrough before. They don't seem familiar. Stand General Kenobi. Or the coughing that he does. And Mita, hello there, General Kenobi. Hey there, Cider, welcome. How's it going? Game is like, Christ, Rod, hold your horses. What do you expect of us?
You're back. We could use you.
Hello.
Don't mind me, I'll just step all over your map while you're looking at it.
The Soviets abandoned this place in a hurry, and they left salvage all over the valley. Put it to good use. When it rains, the deer cluster together under the trees. It's a good time to hunt, if you don't mind getting soaked.
The invaders have taken most of the Eastern Valley, but we need to keep them from moving any farther.
If you're hunting, you should try using the blinds. You'll find them all over the valley.
I'm here to help. What can I do?
Our first task is to learn all we can about the invaders. We need any information you can gather in the old prison. I won't lie to you, it will be dangerous. But that information is worth the risk. Will you help us?
Gulag Recon. Mission reward. Rifle suppressor.
I'll head there as soon as I'm able.
I'll be here. And thank you.
It's cool how they've got their crates and everything set up in the cave. In Mita, if you're hunting, use your bow. If an enemy sees a dead body, they will get suspicious. If you want to stay alive, make sure the character's health doesn't go down to 0.
Welcome back. What did you learn?
I haven't been able to find anything yet, but I'll keep looking.
Now it's the game that is being like, hey, have you done the thing yet? Also, it's the same thing with games. Teenagers and kids are very easy to control. Look at Fortnite. It's very popular among teenagers and kids. Also, it has skins from all action heroes you can imagine. As a kid, of course, you want to play that game. You want to have that skin. But before you can do it, you must convince parents to buy a console and a game because your whole class play that game. And, of course, parents don't want their kid to feel outside. That's true as well. You've got those factors at play. And that's why a lot of places that sell toys, for example, will put them at the height of a child so that they can see it at their view, you know, and then the kid will be like, you know, this, I want this. It's the same with branded products. You know, they'll be placed often at a person's eye level and things like that. Hey mate, if you're going to use your bow, make sure you have enough arrows.
Damien, the Prophet's Forge.
Cool, so we have another one of these. So if we go into the document menu and we go down to Crypt Murals, we have Damien, the Prophet's Forge. I'm making sure to keep a note of all the ones that I've covered. Damien, the Prophet's Forge. The first stone must be the strongest.
Damien lifts the black dirt of Katesh up over his head, marking the place where the first building will be built.
Sky, that's why it's hard to sell a game which contains advanced mechanics, stealth, or strategy. Basically, the harder the game, the less it sells. I guess, too, you've also got the reputation of the game itself as well. Like, From Software games, they have the reputation of being very difficult. And with that difficulty can come frustration, especially for people who might not like that kind of challenge. But then again, you can be frustrated at a challenge but still enjoy the game. So that's not 100% true. But at the same time, there's some things that will put certain people off a game as well. But that can be anything too as well. Like, simply the name of something might... Like, if someone was like, this game's called Watch Dogs? That sounds stupid. And they won't buy the game. Like, there's so many things that people will judge something by, and that's, you know, whether it's fair or unfair, you know, it's just something.
Cities are not built on plans alone. There must be material, and there must be someone who knows how to build. Damien was that man. They say he could muster brick from nothing more than a handful of dirt and a tinderbox. They say his craftsmanship was divinely inspired. It is his hand that gave form to the architect's dreams.
Damien, the Prophet's Forge. Crypts are the founders. Building a city like Katesh would take many skills and talents. The Prophet lauded every contribution. They say he could muster brick from nothing more than a handful of dirt and a tinderbox. Sounds like a MacGyver type character to me. For those who don't know what MacGyver was, it was a television series about this character named MacGyver, and he was very, very good at taking mundane items and creating solutions to problems, whether it was trying to stop an enemy from being able to do something, to getting out of a trap, getting out of a dangerous situation. He could take like a piece of string and a little tiny rock and use it to do something like make an enemy trip and fall or something like that, you know, just to use an example I made up. So much so that it became a thing where people would say, just MacGyver it, you know, just things like that. They tried to reboot it, but I never saw any of that. And then there's that parody, MacGruber, as well. Actually, that would have been an interesting thing to do a game of. Ancient bow part. Nice one, Dr. Darling. Now you can unlock the armor of Altair. What a crossover event that would be. You know, I can't believe that after a couple of years now, Assassin's Creed Mirage is going to be getting some DLC. I'm actually curious what it will be. There's certainly a lot of stuff that can be done with the character of Basim. So I'm very curious to see what they're actually going to do. And Mita Bene, now I have another piece. Just need to take it to Leonardo for him to put it together now. And Mita, you saw that they already announced Assassin's Creed Shadows DLC, which seemed like Wrath of the Druids, where you were being chased by someone. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Like... It's like, is that content that was originally supposed to be in the main game already, but they decided to make it DLC content? Or is it something where they're like, they wanted to do something extra to entice people to get the game, so here's a extra bit of content that we didn't originally plan, but we've made sure to put it into the game. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's more sort of like magic mumbo jumbo stuff to further muddy the waters with what is actually technology versus things that people think is magic. Because Ubisoft Quebec love to blur the line between that. I'm doing well, thanks, Lucas. Having a good weekend. Stan, good point. Yeah, you know, it's like, what came first? And Mita, to you, honestly, the AC franchise is dead. Oh yeah, you sure it'll be like that? Yeah, I don't know. It's very tricky. Like, I've probably held out a really long time with the series in terms of like my excitement level for new games in the series and all that kind of stuff. And the problem with the franchise for me now is who's in charge of it. Because I was thinking about this the other day. We all have our own priorities for what we want in a game. For some, it's purely gameplay, irrespective of whether the graphics are good or not, irrespective of whether the story is good or not, whether the characters are good or not, whether the acting is good or not, whether the music is good enough. You know, for some people, it's purely just the gameplay. Some people, if the game has terrible writing, then it doesn't matter if it's great gameplay. You know, for some people, if the characters are done well, but the gameplay's not that good, then it's fine. You know, so we all have our own level of expectation and all that kind of stuff. Regardless of whether or not if the game turns out great, gameplay-wise or graphics-wise or whatever-wise, for me personally, the main thing with Shadows is what are you doing with the wider lore of the series? Like, what are you changing? What are you adding? And does that thing that you add ruin something that comes before? Is that thing that you're adding making it unclear as to how things actually went down, whereas before they were very clear? You know, what are you retconning? What are you actually changing? You know, not all retcons are bad. Some retcons are good. Like, for example, I don't mind the retcon that the assassins used to be called the Hidden Ones and that their origin is actually in Egypt. I don't mind that retcon. You know, I think that's fine. But there's certain retcons where I would go, that's not fine. For example, if they were to go, right, you know those memories that you experienced as Ezio? Yeah, they were actually fake memories that Abstergo created, so none of that actually happened. Like, that, to me, is a big fuck you, if they did something like that. That's just an example of what I'm sort of talking about as well. So for me, my main concern with all the games moving forward, because Ubisoft Quebec is in control, is what are you actually changing with the wider narrative of the actual whole series? If there's a game that comes out and the story is shit, and it doesn't mess with any continuity, then I don't care. You know, but if it's a terrible story that messes stuff up, I do care then, because then it's like, what are you doing and why are you doing it for as well? So that's my stance on Shadows, is I don't care about all the cool things. Like, it does sound cool, like the whole light and shadow thing, getting rid of lights, all that kind of stuff. I love that, because I'm a big fan of Splinter Cell. I've been waiting for a long time for Assassin's Creed to embrace that kind of stealth gameplay in the Assassin's Creed series. You know, so things like that is all well and good. But for me, it's what are you doing with the wider narrative as well. If the story is not that good, but you don't mess with anything that's come before, then that's fine. But if you're ruining things and you're adding stuff that just makes things ridiculous, then it's like, no. So that's why I don't care for spoilers. So any spoilers that I come across for Shadows, I don't mind. Hell, if someone knew the ending of the game and told me, I wouldn't mind knowing that straight away. But that's just me, you know. But it's the same with other stuff moving forward. I did the same thing with Assassin's Creed Mirage. You know, I was like, I don't care for spoilers. If I get spoiled for something, then that's fine, as long as I know whether or not it's going to do something that is ridiculous. And I felt that what they did wasn't ridiculous. There were some things that maybe were a bit weak, but overall I was happy with the story of Assassin's Creed Mirage. Stan, sounds like either Isle of Skye or Vinland from Valhalla, similar to you mean? Yeah, those sorts of things as well, you know, where it's like adding more mythological stuff to it, more sort of like magic fantasy stuff. Amita, I mean, if you want to make a game where you use magic and shit, start another IP, simple. Exactly, Amita, yeah, you know, that's the best thing to do, because then you can start from a fresh, clean slate, and you're not stepping on the toes of something that's already established. In Meta, you like the story, the universe that the creator of AC created. Now with the new games, it's just pure bullshit. It has gone too far. This is just your honest opinion. Exactly, Meta, you know, and that's fair to feel that way too. I mean, there's some times where I think the series should have actually ended years ago. Even though there's been games that have come out that I've really enjoyed, I'd trade them to have a series that was strong and then finished, rather than have a series that was strong for a while and then weakened, and then at the end was just a shadow of its former self. in Meta, now you're like, oh, new AC game? Yeah, whatever, lol. Yeah, it's understandable too for like a fatigue to set in too. The other thing about a long-running series is that the longer it goes on for, the more things that need to be added to try and extend the narrative longer than it should go for. You know what I mean? The basics of the Assassin's Creed series is that you have all these different artifacts that exist around the whole entire world. But they never say how many there are. So for story, you can do thousands of stories about these different artifacts because there's no set number of how many artifacts there actually is. There's different parts of the world. Every day something is happening. So if you're going to do a story in the Assassin's Creed universe or any franchise, you literally have days and months and weeks and years worth of time to do stories on in so many different parts of the world. So there's thousands of stories that you can do. But the question is, what is the main narrative that's going on? So it used to be, for the present day side of things, you had Desmond experiencing memories of his ancestors. The bleeding effect, a side effect of using the Animus to access those memories, means that certain skills his ancestors had, he eventually unlocks the ability to do. You know, there's an evil organization named Abstergo who are actually Templars, and they want to control the world. And there's a war between two factions, the Assassins and the Templars. And the Templars want to get an artifact called a Piece of Eden, or an Apple of Eden, because they want to use the power of it to put into their satellites to be able to control the entire world and literally control people like puppets. You know, that's essentially what that was, you know. And then in the memories that Desmond was experiencing in the lives of his ancestors, there were different things that they were going through. So you had those two narratives going along at the same time. And then there was going to be a big solar flare that was going to destroy the planet unless something was done about it. So for a few games, you had a clear goal in mind of what was going to happen. But of course, because it was a successful franchise, they wanted to keep things going. So they had to come up with more reasons as to why the conflict between the Assassins and the Templars continues on. So then they create new characters and all that kind of stuff. And they've already done a thing where the solar flare wasn't prevented fully, it was just postponed. So now they have to figure out a way to make sure that when they can get rid of the protection they put in place, or that was put in place, that they have a way to actually stop it from happening, you know. So essentially, it's the same plot that they're trying to do again, you know. But after that, what is the goal? You know. So that becomes a question of, well, what do we do now? You know, and what do we come up with? So the longer something goes on and the more you have to come up with, inevitably, stupid things are going to be added on top as well. You know, and that's why some series should have ended earlier than they did. Why some book series should have ended earlier than they did, you know. There's always that pressure to come up with something that's going to be new and still get people interested. Stan, some who played the demo said there were black loading screens in character change and fast travel that you hope won't make it to full release. And what is having a loading screen in 2025 where all these devices have all these SSDs and powerful GPUs and technology? Yeah, exactly, Stan. You know, like, something I thought of was that one of the great things about the loading screens in the Assassin's Creed series is it gives you a little opportunity to practice certain stuff. Like, for example, in Assassin's Creed Origins, you can practice aiming with your bow and shoot it. Like, there's nothing to actually aim at, but you can just do that if you want. Or you can do whatever to pass the time. So my idea is that you still have those loading screens, but you have a prompt on the screen that if the player doesn't want to actually stay in that loading screen and mess around a bit with the character, they can press the button and it just instantly goes to the next part, you know. But if you want to actually play that loading screen, add something in that entices people who want to do that to actually stay in that screen, and use it as a way to create like little sort of like Easter eggs maybe, or little tutorials on stuff that give you advanced explanations of things that you might not have gotten otherwise, you know. I think that's probably something you could do to still maintain having a character on the screen you can control while it's loading up, versus making it so that people don't have to actually, you know, wait for that to happen in full. They can just skip straight to the part that has been loaded up. That's true in Meta, you know. It's like that meme where you have an image of a horse that has different sections representing different entries in a book series or something. And the worse the series gets, the part of the drawing that's related to that of the horse is very, very basic and doesn't look good. It's kind of like that, you know. That glare from the sun is blocking my vision of places I could actually scramble to.
Who goes there?
I think someone's out there. Contact!
I was kind of hoping to sneak to then hear some dialogue.
Identify yourself.
Of course, this time the enemy walks directly to that spot. It makes a look at CDPR, for example. They might still do some bullshit with Witcher 4, but at least we know that Geralt's story has ended and another character has taken the lead, and that's totally fine by you. Yeah, that's a fair point as well. Like, I know there's sort of like story questions, because obviously Witcher 3 having multiple endings, what happens to Ciri in those endings varies. So because they've gone with the fact that she becomes a Witcher, that means that the endings where she doesn't become a Witcher aren't canon. So I understand, like, people are sort of wondering, what have they done to make it so that she's become a Witcher as well? But yeah, with Geralt's story being finished, having a trilogy of games where you play as him, you know, having a new character take the lead is definitely a good idea. And I'd rather it be Ciri than just some randomly made character, you know, like, it creates some kind of consistency at least with Witcher 3 and then the follow-up as well. I just hope they don't do something where they make it that Geralt gets killed or he turns into an asshole or something. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, just let him retire, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd love to see a cameo by Geralt. Just seeing him kicking his feet up, you know? Stuff like that. Amity, yeah, I mean, there are many questions answered, but let's hope it will be a good one. Absolutely. I might swerve. Bend that corner. Whoa. Thank you for redeeming that, Keone. What's that from? Oh good, that is one of those tunnels where you can do the scramble to get through quicker.
Show yourself.
Oh my god, game. Alright, we'll try one more time, and then I'll just give up on trying to get any potential dialogue in this part. Because there probably isn't any. Mitty, yeah, that's what you're afraid of. They might try to make him come out of retirement and sacrifice himself for Ciri or something. That would piss you off. Yeah, it'd be completely unnecessary. You know, not every single game has to have a character that's a legacy character get killed off in the next entry. You know what I mean? Like... Because it's always a tricky thing, because it's like a player gets so invested in the world of the game and the character they play as, and if you add the fact that it's 3 games worth on top, when you decide to kill them off, it's kind of like a big risk. Stand stuff like that should require an authorization from the original author. Yeah, that's true. Like, I know that there's people that believe an author's intentions and all that shouldn't matter when it comes to doing new stuff. If they're not in the control of the series anymore, that it's okay for someone to come along and make all these changes that go against what was established. And I could agree to a point that there's some creators of stuff that maybe shouldn't have made a decision for a character to go through something or an event to happen. But also there's certain things where I feel like there should be an adherence to it, where it's like, this has been established, so we need to honor that moving forward and think of a different approach to something else that we can do, instead of taking what's already done and then making changes. For fuck's sake. Tell you what, the glare in this game is really pissing me off at the moment, where I can't fucking actually properly see shit.
Take position. He's gone. Let's finish this.
Stan, or why would you do that? And when he says, no, stop that bullshit, or why would you do that? He probably knows some stuff on why it shouldn't be done. Yeah. I feel like there's certain things in a franchise that should be paid respect to as well. If anyone else comes along and decides to do stories in the same world. It's like they've been invited basically to work in the same universe as other people who have, you want to make sure that you're doing things that actually make sense as well with certain things. Like if a character is afraid of going into the water, you don't do a sequel where they're not afraid to go in the water and don't address it, where you just have them in the water and there's nothing that contradicts, like there's nothing that points out the contradiction, like stuff like that. There has to be a consistency. If you want the character to overcome their fear of being in water, then you need to do a story about that. You know what I mean? Then it would make sense. But just to make them, in my example, go from being afraid of swimming in water to not instantly, without any explanation, that'd be a bit silly. You need to give some explanation.
Hi! Precision, Gara.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the Bane impression. And thank you for redeeming Rest in Peace Lara as well. Hey there, Extreme. How's it going? Good morning to you as well. Dr. Darling, whoops, she did it again. So how would you like Lara to die? I can have, I think, falling to her death from a great height, drowning underwater. Can probably even have her die from fire. There's some fire right here on the campsite. So what would you like? Lucas Roleplaying 101. Yeah, coming up with like a logical reason as to why something is going to be a certain way. Dr. Darling, drowning is a classic. Alright. Extreme, you have coffee and croissants? Is that what you mean, croissants? Well, that's good that you got the coffee and the food going. I hope that you enjoyed Extreme. Oh, it is croissant? Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't really have them very often. The game's not letting me do it. I'll have to go to a spot where the game won't. Here we go. There we go. Thanks for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara, Dr. Darling. Code, it's not drowning. Lara's just incapable to imitate a fish. Trying to make it sound like a fish underwater. You've got a bit of choco in it as well, Extreme. Oh, cool. That's a nice touch. Yeah, Dr. Darling's like, Lara, try harder. In Meta, no. You crazy?
Welcome back. What did you learn?
Greetings. Hello there.
Hello there.
You should stay clear of the wolves' dens. They will defend their homes the same as us. I haven't seen a proper stag in ages, but you'll know them when you see them. Their antlers alone will be half as tall as you.
If you see a copse of dead trees, there'll be a bear nearby. They like to sharpen their claws on the bark. Look carefully on the ground. The deer press the brush flat where they sleep. You'll find them nearby.
Today's hunting tip with Rise of the Tomb Raider NPCs.
Hello there.
I think these are what you were looking for.
Yes. Yes. This will help us plan our resistance. We are grateful for all of your help. Take this, and travel lightly. This valley can be dangerous in the best of times.
New gear required. Rifle suppressor.
If you're looking for boar fat, you'll have to hunt down a razorback. You want my advice? Wait until it rains. Wolves hunt at night. Be cautious when you're out there.
Wolves mostly hunt at night. Mostly.
You want to survive in this valley? You'll need to learn to track and hunt. Animals stick near food and water, just like people do.
Alright, so that's all the side missions that can be done in the Soviet installation section. Alright.
Not quite confident enough with my Russian to make this out, but it seems to show a map of some sort.
Rifle suppressor. Suppresses rifle fire noise for stealth. Let's get the padded stock. A more comfortable stock reduces kickback for increased recoil stability. I'll get the Lightfoot ability. Land safely without damage from substantial heights. Press circle to roll when landing. Star, did you know there is a Home Alone anime? I did not know. So funny to think of. So is it like a parody? Or is it an actual adaptation? I see, Star. So you found that out today, and it's an adaptation. That's interesting. The Home Alone movies. The first one, I only ever saw when it first came out on, like, television. Although back then it would have been like a year or two after it came out of the movies that it would have come out on television here in Australia. But I definitely got to see the second Home Alone at the movies when it came out. I was about 8 or 9 years old when that movie came out. Went to see the movie with a friend of mine. The other ones, though, years and years later I ended up watching those. I think the first two is enough. I think that's where it should have ended. In that way, Home Alone is like the Terminator franchise. Both franchises should have ended after the second movie. Hey there, Senny. How's it going today, Crooked? Welcome on in, dude. And how is your stream of Ghost of Tsushima? What did you get up to? Rise is going great. I've been working on side stuff. Been doing a lot of side missions. And getting the rewards, like lockpick, an outfit, and also some attachments for some weapons. I did a couple of challenge tombs as well. I've put a hold on the main story for now, but what I want to do is actually do the Baba Yaga DLC in this stream. So once I'm done with getting the collectibles I want to get through backtracking, I'll be jumping into the Baba Yaga DLC then. But yeah, it's going really good. Star looks like it. All good. Yeah, it's quite a funny movie. And it's sort of like a bit of a, you know, be careful what you wish for kind of deal as well. Because Kevin wishes that his family would just disappear. And while they don't literally disappear, they do disappear in the sense of they're not there anymore where he's living, because he gets left behind. Lucas, wouldn't it be nice to be able to tell characters to get it themselves? Yes, like, I'll just put the controller down, and then you go and get what I would like you to get. Crooked, nice. You've also just focused on the side stuff, but almost fully caught up now. It's funny how you didn't even plan on going that in-depth, only get the historical collectibles, but here we are. The game enticed you as like, come on, get these collectibles too. Now that you've gotten these collectibles, how about you get these ones? Now that you've gotten that many of that, you may as well keep going. It's really cool when a game can draw you in like that as well. Makes me think of games like Assassin's Creed 3, where if you really like the homestead stuff, it can be very weird trying to do a playthrough where you don't do it. And I've actually done a playthrough in recent years, I think, where I didn't do anything but the one homestead mission you have to do. And it felt really, really strange to not actually do all that. Crooked, and all the tales of Tsushima and the mythic tales as well. Oh, nice. The good thing is, like, you'll get those moves that will definitely come in handy too, playing on the hardest difficulty, I imagine. I like how the game's camera is shaking. It's not supposed to be doing that. Oh yeah, Crooked. Like, I can't remember the name of it, but there was one special move that I almost spammed in every duel, which was just so... it felt so OP.
Hey, welcome back. If you found any more gold, I've got gear for you. I don't think they're onto us yet, but try to be discreet, okay?
Try to be discreet. Hey, every single Trinity soldier. There's one of you who has a supply shack and he's selling stuff to Lara Croft. I might hold off and wait until I get the crafting tool, because it's an upgrade tool that unlocks an additional tier of all weapon upgrades. Because as part of this playthrough, I'm adding on top of the 100% the requirement that I need to fully upgrade and get every single weapon and equipment crafted and fully upgraded. Stan, heavily strike. Crooked, was it the 3 fast strikes? It might be. Are they sort of like are they the same thing, or are they like separate skills? Lucas, could be windy there, making the camera shake. That's a good point. It's so OP it can actually shake a camera that shouldn't exist in the game world, but exists for us as the player. And Meta, you just chatted with a weird client. He was asking why his order was cancelled. You told him that it was cancelled because he wasn't at the address and you didn't basically take the order. He said, does that mean that I lost my money? I was like, sadly, yes. He just said, okay, ended the chat and rated you 2 out of 5. Funny and sad at the same time. He was just like, okay, whatever. See ya.
This writing seems to be pointing to something nearby.
Kruged, Heavenly Strike is a single slash through any defense, and the 3 fast strikes, the 3 attacks back to back that also port you to the next enemy with each strike. Oh yeah, Crooked. That was the one I was thinking of actually. The 3 fast strikes. But I had forgotten about the Heavenly Strike one as well. But yeah, I imagine they would definitely come in handy when playing on lethal difficulty. It's always good in games where the side content, it's worth doing because what you get in return has great value to it. Instead of just being like, here's 10 gold. Like, thanks.
These markings, they're not Russian. A warning, maybe?
Hello there, Schiller. Welcome, dude. Things are going good. I'm well, thanks. How about yourself? How's your day going? Thank you, Lucas, for redeeming that. Thank you. And cheers, Schiller. Thank you, dude. Glad to hear that you're going good. That's awesome. especially on the weekend. Okay, so I've got one. Howdy, stranger. This is Hauser. If things have gone wrong, I'm talking to myself, and you don't have a wet towel around your head. Now, whatever your name is, get ready for the big surprise. You are not you. You're me. No shit. All my life, I worked for Mars Intelligence. I did Cohagen's dirty work, but then I met someone, a woman. She taught me a few things, like I was playing for the wrong team. All I can do now is make up for it. You see, there's enough shit in here to fuck Cohagen good. But if you're hearing this, it means he's got to me first. Now, here comes the hard part, old buddy. Now, it is all up to you. Great. Now, let's start by getting that bug out of your head. Take this out of the case and stick it up your nose. Don't worry, it's self-guiding. Just shove. Real hard. When you hear a crunch, you're there. Now, pull it out. Be careful, that's my head too. This is the plan. Get your ass to Mars and go to the Hilton Hotel and flash the fake Blue Baker ID at the front desk. That's all there is to it. Just do as I tell you. You can nail that son of a bitch that fucked you and me. I'm counting on you, old buddy. Don't let me down. You got it, Lucas. From Total Recall. Get your ass to Mars. I love it how the screen that the message was played on is glitching because it got shot to shit. And it keeps repeating, get your ass to Mars. Get your ass to Mars. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie movie scene impression. That's the moment, of course, where the past version of Arnie's character has left a message for his future version. They're the same person, though. I'm just saying future version just to separate the two. So he's left a message for himself, essentially, because the whole idea with the movie is that Arnie's character has gone and gotten a memory implant to be a secret agent on Mars as part of a holiday that he wanted to do. Because in this story, you can actually get a memory implant to make you think that you're living the life of a certain kind of person as a fantasy while you're on holiday. You know, things like that. Of course, there's more to it than that. But it's a funny scene where he's telling himself literally to put this self-guiding gadget up his nose to actually pull out the bug that's inside his head. Lucas, which makes you question if he's actually a secret agent or it's part of the package he ordered from Recall. That's true, Lucas. I like as well how the way that the movie ends, the question is, did he actually succeed? Or did he actually get lobotomized, ultimately? The whole fading to white at the end of the movie, being put in there as a deciding factor for people to decide, did he actually succeed? And it's just some, transition that they do? Or is the white flash symbolizing the fact that he's just got lobotomized and that everything he experienced was just, part of his implant gone wrong? Ancient coins from the Old Kingdom. Admit, you love the part where he gets in the fight with the old lady and she says, "Fuck you, you asshole." Yeah, that is a funny moment too as well. Then you got the whole thing with the Johnny cab, where it's just like, "Drive!" And he's like, "I'm sorry, I need a destination." And that whole bit.
Looks like this was abandoned in a hurry. Did the Soviets find something down there? The Prophet was persecuted, and so were his followers.
Alright, so let's go into the document menu and let's have a look at what extra dialogue we can get about that. Let's see. Alright, so now we have a different category. Byzantine inscriptions. Alright, so the one that we just interacted with was Lessons of Loyalty. So let's see if there's any dialogue with extra information from Lara about this. Lessons of Loyalty. The Prophet was persecuted, and so were his followers.
When the Emperor died, the Prophet's favor in court died with him. The new Emperor distrusted him, and fearing for their safety, the Prophet and his followers fled the imperial city with the divine source. Many stayed behind and renounced the Prophet, but one entire Imperial army pledged loyalty to the Prophet, the Athanatoi.
The Athanatoi. That word seems very familiar. Hey there, Sprocket. Welcome on in. How's your weekend going?
There's water down below. Sounds like a great volume. A coin with an image of a city stamped in gold. And there's the Prophet. This was likely an official coin of Katesh.
A coin of the realm. A coin with the image of a city stamped in gold. And here's the Prophet. Jacob. This was likely an official coin of Katesh. Sprocket, in positive news, you've now lost 30 pounds from your highest weight. In negative news, Mom is old and cranky, acting out. Sorry to hear about the bad news, Sprocket. I hope that gets resolved and things end up well. That's great that you've lost that much weight, though. That's really good. GG's on that. No worries, Sprocket.
Prophet's icon cast in gold. The metal workers of the city started to develop their own style, but it's still similar to Byzantine craftwork. That's got to be part of the works. Here we go. water's eroding everything. At this rate, there won't be much left in a few decades. It's a cistern. It's holding water back.
Dr. Darling, another monument that is going to be destroyed by Lara Croft. Hashtag Trinity was right. Yeah. Going to these tombs and destroying what's there.
Water markings on the wall. The levels change. Okay, should be able to swim through now.
This should be more than enough oil to light the passages below, but be careful transporting it. We have not perfected the refining process, and it is still volatile. You will know the man who supervises the construction. We all do. Without his knowledge of the Earth, none of us would have survived along the difficult journey. Do not linger, and if he asks for word of his wife and child, feign ignorance. He cannot accept that they perished during our exodus, and expects them to arrive any day. We need his genius, and I fear if he saw the truth, we might lose him entirely.
A warning, ancient cistern. Instructions to deliver the oil to the workers below, and not to upset the foreman. Hey there, Oliver. Greetings to you as well. How's things going today?
It worked.
Oliver, you're going to train your legs today, so it's going to be pretty miserable, but you're enjoying lunch and streams. Well, I hope it all goes well when you actually do. Hopefully it won't be like, overly painful. Good idea too as well. Enjoy the lunch and the streams and then go and do the leg training, and then later on afterwards, relax and all that.
My love, this letter is long overdue, but I have been hard at work. When you arrive, there will be a home for you here with all the comforts we have left behind. It is a huge task ahead of us, to design and supervise the construction necessary to provide fresh water to our people. But all my labor will be paid in full when I see you and our children's faces again. We will create a new world here, the equal of everything you left behind to follow me. It will not have been in vain, as long as you and I are together.
Correspondence. Ancient cistern. A letter from the foreman to his wife. He expected her to join him at any moment. So this goes in conjunction with the one that we just listened to, where the person was talking about the foreman and his wife. So the foreman doesn't know or doesn't want to accept that his wife actually is dead. Oliver, how are you? You sound a little delirious from sleep deprivation? I'm feeling fine. Yeah, no, I'm going good. Having a good day.
ancient manuscript on the gifts of the earth.
New skill mastered, natural instincts. Nearby resources will automatically appear on the map and glow when nearby. Let's go into documents, and that was a oh yeah, codices. That's what it was actually under. So this one is natural instincts. Did I play the one about inner strength? I don't know if I did. I'll just do it just in case I didn't, because I hadn't marked it down on my document as having been done. Hang on. Codis. There's also a crypt that had inner strength in it too. A crypt mural. Ah, no, hang on. I put it in the wrong thing before when I put inner strength. I put it into the crypt mural section in my document and not the ancient abilities one. But in any case, I'll play it too, just in case.
When we first arrived in this new valley, we were lost and dying. The beasts and trees and plants were all strange and foreign to us. But we have learned much. It has been a long and painful process, and we discovered through many trials and still more errors what salves and poisons can be made, and what other treasures the valley offers. Let this text be a lesson to those who follow in our footsteps.
Alright, so I did actually play that one before. Alright, so the one that we just got is Natural Instincts, a codex detailing the relationship between man and nature.
When we first arrived in this new valley, we were lost and dying. The beasts and trees and plants were...
What? There's two that had the same information?
Pain is illusory. Just that...
I'm tripping myself. Alright, so that was the codex detailing the relationship between man and nature. Ancient abilities, this one I already actually played, but inner strength.
Pain is illusory, just as the body it is tied to.
Alright, so I've played that. Alright, okay, so now I've played all of the ones that I've unlocked so far under this category. There we go. Invita victory! Got it done. Oliver, a useful perk. It can be, for sure. Another useful perk that I got by doing a challenge tomb is when you get killed, you don't actually die. You get your health all the way back, but it only works once per encounter. So once you have it happen in one encounter in combat, you then have to wait till another encounter in combat for it to come back again. Mr. Epic, I asked you this a while back, but are you still planning to check out the Saboteur? That game was amazing. Maybe, yeah, because I did actually want to play that game. I remember hearing about it a lot as well. But yeah, I don't know when I would, but I definitely would like to. And Mita, thank you so very much for the 16 days and 7 hours of watch time. Thank you very much for that, dude. Mr. Epic, you never did play the last Tomb Raider games, only played the first one. Played a little of the second, but just couldn't get into it for some reason. The same with Horizon Forbidden West. Played a little of it, then you saw how big the map was, and you were like, nah, I don't feel like it. Yeah, it's understandable to feel that way about games, and it's always good to go with how you feel. Like, if you don't have much interest in something that you've started playing, it's definitely understandable to want to put it down and, you know, go and play something else as well. Because trying to force yourself to play a game you're not enjoying can make the experience even worse than it might already be. And the game might actually get better later, but if you're annoyed at the game, that improvement that the game has might not be felt, you know, so it's better to wait until you're actually feeling like playing that game again. And then, you know, you might get to a point where it ends up becoming an enjoyable experience, or it might end up still being a terrible game at the end of the day. You just got bored of it for some reason. Yeah, I mean, that can happen too as well. It's just like, can't be bothered. Hey there, Batman. Hey, Arctic. How's things? Mr. Epic, yeah, you had that with Valhalla. You hated the story, but the gameplay with two spears was fun. Oh, yeah. I've also wondered what it'd be like playing with two shields as well. That's good that you still had fun, you know. Arctic, I'm Batman. All day, every day. Oh, that's great, Arctic. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. That's awesome, dude. As for me, things are going well. Having a good stream. I'm going to go on a break now, and then come back and do the Baba Yaga DLC. And that'll do me for the rest of the stream then. I'll still go back to that area in the next stream because I'll need an item to get to a certain collectible. Every day. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Oh, okay, bye. See you later. There's no photo mode in this game, so I'm just gonna set up a shot and then pause it, and then some of the screen will still be visible. Mr. Epic, what? Keanu Reeves is also in this game? Keanu Reeves. That'd be an interesting mod. Dr. Darling, right, no stream tomorrow. You got it. That is true. Yeah, it'll be Monday for me. So I will be right back, and I'm going to have a 10-minute break. Then when I get back, we'll fast travel to where I need to go to actually get into the Baba Yaga DLC as well. So I'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, Oliver. I definitely will enjoy the break. Dr. Darling, Keanu leaves. Alrighty then, back from my break. Instead of separating the Baba Yaga DLC content into a separate stream, I'm going to do it as part of this one. For those who are interested in the main story, I won't actually be doing any main story in this stream. So if you just wanted to watch the stream up until a certain point, but you're interested in the story, just a heads up that I won't be doing any more stories, so you won't miss out on any story stuff if you need to go and, not able to watch the rest of the stream, which is completely fine. We're going to do the Baba Yaga DLC. What I'll do is, for those who are just here for the DLC, who are watching this back as a VOD, I'll provide a timestamp in the description of the video telling you when the actual Baba Yaga content will actually start. That way, if you're only interested in that content, you can go straight to that. Thank you for the welcome back, Oliver and Inmita. Thank you so much. We're going to fast travel near to the location where the Baba Yaga DLC actually starts. There was some dialogue already that we had heard related to it, but it's not dialogue that is deep into the DLC. So it's not like they were talking about a story part of the DLC that's very important. We haven't actually gotten into the DLC yet. That was just more like a preamble with the dialogue that you hear when you're close to the location and all that kind of stuff.
Incoming!
Let's do it.
Got a corpse here. I see her! Take her down!
If there's someone in here, it's safe. You can come out now. Must still be hiding. To be hiding in here somewhere. Maybe there's a trail. Maybe one of these lockers.
I know which one she's in, but we'll just check the other ones to get dialogue.
Nothing, but definitely big enough to hide in. Blood. They're hurt. Empty. Got to check the last one. Just have to follow the trail.
Stop! No closer!
I'm not with Trinity. My name is Lara, and your gun isn't loaded. I can see the cylinder is empty.
The firing pin never worked anyway.
You're hurt.
I just need to sit down for a moment. Lara, was it? I'm Nadia. I could use your help.
What can I do?
My grandfather snuck out of the village in the night. I think he's headed for the Wicked Vale, where the witch Baba Yaga lives. I was trying to catch up with him when the invaders caught me. Before I was born, the witch killed my grandmother. Grandpa always talked about revenge, but I never thought he'd actually go through with it. There isn't much time, and I'm in no condition to go myself. We have to find him.
Oliver Yaga Baba. Baga Yaba. A squirrel! That's what it was. A squirrel, was it? Keone, what game is having their 10th anniversary this year? Oh, there's quite a few, actually. Some of the ones that I'll be doing anniversary playthroughs for, including this game, is Witcher 3, as well as Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, as well as... what's another game I was going to do that came out 10 years ago? Until Dawn, the original, Until Dawn. That came out in 2015. I'll have a look at my list, because I've got a list of what anniversary playthroughs I'm doing this year, so I'll scroll down to see where I've put 10th anniversaries. Yeah, so Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Batman Arkham Knight, Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, Rise of the Tomb Raider, The Witcher 3, and Until Dawn. So there's some of the games that I'm going to be doing 10th anniversaries for. Shirley, you never watched or played Baba Yaga, so this will be interesting. Oh, very nice, dude. That's cool. Oh, yeah. I don't do it every playthrough, but it is quite cool. And I've also done it in the past for like a October stream because of the very, very trippy and creepy and eerie sort of elements of this. Sheila, revenge, is it? Revenge, revenge. Hey there, Arctic. Welcome back to the stream. Hey there, Stardust. So one time in middle school you wore your shorts backwards and you wondered how come no one but you had noticed eventually. However, it was Red Ribbon Week or something like that where they do things like opposite day. Silly hats, wear certain colours. However, you forgot that temporarily and, well, it was backwards day at school. Well, that worked out well. That was lucky that it went that way. How's things going, Stardust? Keone, Until Dawn was great. Remember your first playthrough, you made no one survive. Very nice. Yeah, I did that in my last playthrough of Until Dawn. I killed everyone off, and I made sure to make all the choices for every character that made them be like an asshole. It was very satisfying. It's such a great game, though. I'm looking forward to doing a lot of playthroughs for it, because I still need to collect everything. I haven't done that yet. And Mita, sorry to say it, but you will copy me for Witcher 3. But that will be the only game you'll do anniversary playthrough of. I don't blame you, though, dude, because it's such a great game. Like, I've only played through it once, and that was enough for me to put it up on a high, you know, sort of like level of a game. So I definitely don't blame you for wanting to do an anniversary run of it as well. There's so many different things I would love to do to celebrate its 10th anniversary, but I'm going to have to settle for doing something that can be done in one playthrough and not make it multiple ones as well. Stardust, you guys ever watched American Dragon? Jake Long? Never have, no. Yeah, I don't think I've even heard of it. The Temple of the Witch. Mission reward. New outfit and bow.
I'll head out that way and see if I can pick up his trail.
Thank you. The path to the Vale is through the cave to the east of here.
It makes you want to do a no HUD challenge and no fast travel. Oh, nice, dude. That's good. Yeah, that's actually not bad to do with games. I played through Red Dead Redemption 2 last year without using fast travel, and that was quite good. I've done no HUD with some Assassin's Creed games as well, but that'd be cool for Witcher 3 to do it like that. Crocodiles did a no HUD playthrough of Witcher 3 as well, and he's done a few different no HUD runs of Assassin's Creed titles as well. Stardust, it's interesting even though it's a cartoon. Oh, okay. Well, that's fair enough. It means to know looking at the map as well. Oh, dude, that's going to be...
Hostile!
Yeah, that's going to be hostile. What he said.
He's hit! Cover me! Laying down covering fire! Got a hit! Damn it! Take her out! Man down! Just you and me!
No safety gear. Nothing to protect the workers.
Okay, so Nadia's actually despawned from there? Alright. Oliver, 500-hour playthrough? Holy shit. That'd be a long run. Stardust, no map, you're gonna go crazy? Guess you could ask for directions, lol. Yeah, I mean, some games, you know, try to put things in that will give you a bit of guidance as well. Like whether it's signposts or whether it's sort of like certain visuals that happen in certain spots. And Mita, well, there are moments when the game will force you to open the map to fast travel, let's say from Novigrad to Skellige, but other than that, you won't look at the map. That's fair too. Yeah, some games just don't give you the option to 100% do a very specific thing.
Lara, I found a radio on one of the invaders you killed. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I can monitor the invaders' frequencies from here while I patch myself up. I'll let you know if I hear anything useful.
Kearney, you're getting Assassin's Creed Shadows Day 1. I won't be Kearney, no. Yeah, I'll be waiting till it comes out and then find out what happens in the story and what changes Ubisoft Quebec have done to the wider lore of the series with their changes. And if I don't like what they've done, don't need to play it. Stealth landing. Landing from jumps and drops is always silent and generates no noise for enemies to detect. Because I just got a feeling they're going to pull some bullshit. Like, Bayek and Iron weren't the actual ones who created the hidden ones. It was Cassandra or something. Stardust guys, you watch the channel, Stromedy. You guess they do horror comedy-ish videos. You're still not sure what they do other than looking for trouble. For example, they went to Clinton Road in New Jersey, also barely escaped whatever was in there. You're like, if that was real, they are stupid for going there. Yeah, like, these sort of locations, and even if it's not something that's actually a ghost or something, like, you don't know who's hiding out there waiting for people to come along and then, you know, kill them or, you know, just rob them or, you know, who knows what.
What more can you tell me about the Wicked Vale, Nadia?
My people stay far away from that place. They have for centuries. When the Soviets were here, they tried to build an outpost in the Vale. But they angered Baba Yaga, and she drove them all mad. Grandpa told me all about her. She lives in a magic house that can walk with the legs of a bird.
Do you believe all that? The house with the bird legs?
I trust Grandpa. He was in the Gulag when the Soviets took my grandmother into the Vale to help them study the ruins. The witch killed her, and he's never forgotten that.
But a witch straight out of a Russian folktale? It sounds unlikely.
Just be careful. Something is in the Vale. Nothing good happens in that place.
We were here earlier in the stream, but that was to do a challenge tomb. Now that we're in the Baba Yaga DLC, this is the area where you go to as part of that.
Lara, hang on. I'm picking up a transmission. You need to hear this.
Overwatch! Come in! We need immediate extraction! Shit! What the hell is that? It's walking? How could... What the...
Did you hear that? That was the witch!
Something's definitely happening out there. Whatever it is, we'll get to the bottom of it.
Stardust had discovered a cult with quite a few members. You see pentagrams, etc. on the roads next to a train track, etc. Apparently the cult tries to sacrifice people to the New Jersey Devil, and the dude who had the idea to check out Clinton Road, well, let's just say his girlfriend was almost a sacrifice. They saved her, though. They even had black hood and robes on. You know, I haven't actually heard about the New Jersey Devil for a long time. I remember James Rolfe, who does the Angry Video Game Nerd. He actually did a documentary about the New Jersey Devil, I think, as well. Or maybe I'm mixing it up with something else. Now that we've initiated the Baba Yaga DLC, there's actually a rope here now, whereas before there actually wasn't. So this is where the tomb is that we did earlier, and we got the ability to, when we lose all our health in combat, we get all our health back, but it only happens once every combat scenario. So once you have it happen in combat, if you end up getting all your health done again, you'll die. But it will regenerate when you actually get to another combat scenario.
small camp here.
Sounds like Grandpa made it that far at least. You're almost into the Vale.
Stardust, yeah, but if they knew bad stuff happens there, why would you intentionally go there? That's a good question. I mean, some people, if they don't have any sort of, like, care about their own safety, they like the thrill of going into a dangerous area. Maybe, you know, that's their reasoning. Maybe they just don't believe it's true, so they want to actually just go there and they're pretty sort of, like, blasé about it and just going, oh yeah, haha, ghosts, whatever, you know, that kind of stuff, or cult, whatever. And some people are just curious where they're like, just want to actually find out if it is true or not. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't bother. They thought of spending an entire week there. If enough likes were given, they barely made the first day. What? That's not a grabbable ledge? Sure, game, sure.
There's a small camp here.
Sounds like Grandpa made it that far at least. You're almost into the Vale.
Nadia, I think I found your wicked veil. I don't know if it's Baba Yaga, but there's something out here.
Be careful. This is her land.
Stardust, 100,000 likes and they might consider going back. You're like, careful what you wish for. Oh yeah, I would definitely leave that well alone. No worries, Stardust, I'll see you when you get back.
Nadia, my granddaughter. By now you already know. I am going into the Vale to kill the witch, Baba Yaga. I have gone to seek revenge for your grandmother. There are newcomers in our valley, armed men arriving in helicopters. I do not know what they want, but I know if I am to go, this is my last chance. You deserve to know the truth, to know why. Your grandpa is not a wise man. I have become, with hard work, a good man for your grandmother's sake. But it was not always so. I came from the west, where even a small village has thousands of inhabitants. I was a lazy young man, and I dreamed of an easy life when I joined the party. A comfortable desk in the big city. But they sent me here, to the ends of the earth, to watch men and women work and starve and die, to participate in their punishment. I knew it was evil, but I did not know how to fight until I met her.
Dear Nadia, Grandfather's Journal. Grandfather Ivan must have written this for Nadia. Hey there, Lucinda, good morning. Welcome. Rise is going good. Was doing a lot of side stuff. Was doing challenge tombs to unlock some abilities that you can get from those, and also getting some of the collecting done. Now we're doing the Baba Yaga DLC, which is sort of like about this myth of a witch and everything like that, which is something that Alan Wake uses in its story as well. The whole Baba Yaga thing. But yeah, I had a break and then started the DLC, so we're in the DLC content now. Lol, the Waddy Wotton? The Waddy Wotton? We're playing the Waddy Wotton DLC as well. Hey there, Virtual Savannah, welcome on in. What difficulty are you playing on? For this playthrough, just the normal. But I want to do a playthrough on Extreme Survivor as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. But I'll do that at a different time in the year. But for this playthrough, just wanted to do 100% and just do it on the normal difficulty. I've done it on the Survivor mode in the past, but not Extreme Survivor though. And when I did the Survivor mode, I actually added some extra rules on top as well. But yeah, I'll do the most difficult setting in one of the phases. This is your favorite one? Hope you enjoy it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've played this quite a few times now. I do like this one a lot. I actually like the whole trilogy, the reboot trilogy. I think it's quite good. Can't believe this is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year though, because it only felt like yesterday that the 2013 game was celebrating its 10th anniversary. And that was 2 years ago now, so it's crazy how time flies and stuff like that. You doing well, Lucinda? You had a nice chill day yesterday. Just did whatever your heart desired. Drank a bit much and you're a little sleepy today, but you'll live. Oh, that's good. That's good though, you know. It's good to have those days where you can just be like that as well. I'm glad to hear that you're able to just chill out and, you know, do what you wanted, you know. Savannah, yeah, you remember you had to buy an Xbox One just for Rise. Yeah, because I remember at the time I was going to buy an Xbox One anyway. So when they said it was exclusive, I was like, oh, that works out pretty well. But then I thought it's a bit of a shame that people at the time couldn't get it for their PlayStation 4. But it's definitely a good game. I remember seeing that teaser trailer and getting chills. I thought it was quite good. Arctic Skull.
Initial contact was made with the elderly native male at 0700. At first, we believed he was participating in an assault on the facility, but he proceeded away and through an unmapped canyon. We received authorization to pursue at a distance, and already we've encountered ruins and other promising signs. We're trying to keep calm out here, but this looks like a big find. That discovery bonus is as good as ours.
Initial contact, Bravo's End. A dispatch from Bravo team before they entered the Vale. Lucinda, Arctic knows you're being belligerent in his chat last night. Not really, but probably considered belligerent by your standards.
Some sort of pollen drifting in here. Flowers.
What did you say? What did you say? I can't understand you.
Something's wrong. My head is spinning and...
Oh no. Oh no. It's too late. It's too late.
When you die.
No. Must be dreaming. Isn't real. Can't be. Just keep moving.
Lara.
Dad? No, it can't be. No, wait.
I'm close now. I'm close now. I'm close now. I'm close
now. Wait, where am I? How far does this path go?
Come here.
It's not real. Not him. Dad, stop. Please don't. Got to get out of here!
There is a truth behind all of this.
I just want to leave, please. No, this isn't. No, don't do it, please.
Someday. You'll understand.
Who are you?
Come and see.
not possible. It's just a myth.
She's here. I'm sorry, Lara. There is no return. You're going
to rot out here. Auf Anker!
No, this... Oh God, don't. This can't.
Come, your father awaits.
Not real. No!
Lara! Lara! Can you hear me? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I think.
What happened? You started coughing, said something about flowers and pollen, and then nothing. I thought the witch had killed you.
I think I was hallucinating. God, I hope I was.
Hallucinating? There is a flower in a valley that can bring on visions, but the effects are too weak.
Any idea what this place is? I see ducts and pipes. Soviet from the looks of it.
It has to be the outpost the Soviets built to study the ruins. My grandmother was a scholar and they brought her here to help with her research, but that was the last time Grandpa ever saw her. There was only one survivor, an officer who stumbled out a few weeks later. He said the witch made them do things.
That's you in the morning, Arctic, is it? Damn. What a way to wake up. Sheila, this reminds you of the crypt in Shadows of the Tomb Raider. That's a good call. Yeah. I like trippy stuff like this. Like the lighting and all that kind of stuff too, as well. And Mita creepy, the Witch of the Woods. Got to watch out for the Witch of the Woods. Just like you got to watch out for the Hag of Hackett's Quarry. The Hag of Hackett's Quarry? The Hag of Hackett's Quarry. Listen, well, that was interesting. Big giant bird cabin with big giant legs walking around.
I knew it was a mistake when I threw the drink in his face, but I did it anyway. I thought Minister Dyatlov's shocked look would be worth the loss of funding for my research. I was a fool. The KGB bastards knocked down my door before dawn. 5 years. A work camp. They no longer have the spine to call it what it is. They call it Freedom Station. Liars. It is a gulag. I promised myself I would not let them break me, but I wept for mercy in my first week. I must find a way out. There is a guard. A red-cheeked boy named Ivan. More sweetness than sense. It pains me to use one so guileless as he, but I will not rot here.
Freedom Station, The Prisoner's Dilemma, the journal of Serafima, a Russian political prisoner from the Gulag. I haven't done the part of the story where we get the wire spool to be able to jump across that. So I'll have to come into this DLC area at a later point in the playthrough. Hey there, Dumbledore. Good morning. I hope you're having a good day. It's funny when that happens. How it went to fade out and the sounds that Lara made, that's supposed to happen when you die. Dumbledore, you stream 2 AM your time. Now it's almost 6 AM. Oh no. Very, very early or very, very late, depending on perspective. Thank you so much for watching the streams, Dumbledore. Especially if it's those times for you.
I never held my daughter. They took her from me on the surgeon's table. I tried to fight, but they are many, and I am weary. Then they dragged me away, split our 3 hearts apart. They have taken me to a hidden vale where ancient ruins stand. They tell me if I cooperate, I will see my family again. I will never trust these monsters, but I do not have a better plan. There are curious flowers here. Exposure to the pollen has left my captors rattled, and they will go no further than our little outpost. They brought me here in the hopes that my expertise in botany would help them find a counteragent. At last, the state has a use for me. I nod and smile. I play the part. But they cannot break me again. For my daughter, for Ivan, I will live.
torn apart, the prisoner's dilemma. They took everything from Serafima. So this is a bit of a time jump in the backstory. So this happens a lot later than what I had collected before and what was read about.
Someone's been in here, recently. Building on top of the ruins.
What do you see?
Some sort of makeshift distillery. Smells just like the flowers. Shit! Of course! She's refining the pollen, weaponizing it. There's no magic here, Nadia, just someone very clever.
Wait, but... if it is just a person, then wouldn't the pollen affect her too?
If she can resist it somehow, then so can we. Got to find some way of getting through that door. Got to give it a push somehow. Whoa! That should be enough force. Just have to get the bucket closer. The boiler. If I release the valve, maybe it'll give it a shove.
It's been weeks since these bastards dragged me from the Gulag, from Ivan and my daughter, to this strange veil. They have tasked me with finding some way of counteracting the unusual effects of the pollen that hangs in the air. Now I believe I have a formula that may work. An extract from the seed pods of the plant. The liver of animals that consume the flowers and have metabolized the toxins. A phenothiazine derivative. The last ingredient is a risk. They have it in large quantities around the Gulag, where it is used as an insecticide. It may also act as a rudimentary antipsychotic, bearing a chemical similarity to other compounds I have studied. Or it may be poisonous. I will try the mixture on myself tonight.
The formula. The prisoner's dilemma. Research notes from a familiar Soviet prisoner, tasked with discovering a cure for the Research notes from a familiar Soviet prisoner, tasked with discovering a cure for the hallucinations. There we go.
I found something. One of the prisoners wrote down a formula that might counteract the effects of the pollen.
It has to be for my grandmother. The witch killed her, and now she's gonna help save Grandpa, just like in one of his stories.
Nadia.
Have faith, Lara. Hop back to the Soviet installation where we met. I'll help you find what you need.
Nice visual glitch there. Hey there, Shadow Ronin. I hope you're having a good weekend. Shadow, on to Jonah's rescue? Oh no, not yet. Yeah, not yet. We're still up to the point in the main story where Lara got rescued from dying by Jacob, and you get the Remnant jacket. So I've been doing side content, and now we're doing the Baba Yaga DLC stuff.
All right, Nadia, I'm back at the installation. Any advice on where to start looking?
Okay, first, the seed pods. The flowers grow inside the caves around there. There's never enough of them to make you sick, so you should be able to gather some safely. The livers should be easy. The deer around there feed on the flowers, so you'll just need to track them down. As for the insecticide, I have an idea where we might find some. Grandpa taught me to read Russian, so I'm going through some old equipment manifests to see if I can find out where they stored it. I'll let you know when I find it.
All right, I'll start gathering the other supplies now.
That's right, Shadow. Yeah, still very, very early in the game, relatively speaking, to what I got left in terms of story. But yeah, it'll definitely take a few streams to get all the content I want to do done. I'm also listening out for enemy dialogues and stuff as I go through the story too. Hey, Percenter. Welcome, how's it going?
It's the flowers. Just need the seed pods now.
Lara, I got something you'll want to hear. I'm patching you in.
Bravo team is still MIA. We haven't got any transmissions since the distress call. We're gonna need to send a rescue party.
Finish up your patrol around the Soviet installation. See if you can pick up the native girl's trail. She's involved in Bravo's disappearance somehow. And we need better intel before we send more of you in there.
Copy that.
Can you get somewhere safe?
I'm in one of those old safe houses, and I have snares set outside. Worst case, there's a tunnel underneath I can use to escape, but I still need to finish going over the manifest. Is this normal for you, Lara? I'm not used to it. You know, people trying to kill me.
I don't think it's something you can get used to. Just stay safe.
Vicente, yeah, okay, thanks. Still job searching. You kind of like being unemployed in a way, but of course you need an income. Well, I hope things are going well, you know, like with the job searches and stuff too. Like, you know, hopefully, if you do get something, hopefully it's something that is good as well, you know. But that's good that you're going okay. Shadow Man, I feel like I fucked up your adventure. Sorry though. Oh no, not at all. Yeah, I definitely don't see any way that could have happened. That's all good. Lucinda, okay, right, it's about time for you to go run your errands. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Lucinda. I definitely will. I really hope that your errands go well. Thanks for popping in. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is doing her Resident Evil marathon and is currently playing through Resident Evil 4 Remake. We'll also be doing games like Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2, as well as Resident Evil 4, 5, 6, 7, and Village. Has also done Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 1 Original and Remake, Resident Evil 2 Original and Remake, and Resident Evil 3 Original and Remake, and the original of RE4. A big fan of that series. Also a fan of The Last of Us, Evil Within, and the Dishonored series as well. Oh yeah, that's all good, Lucinda, for the shout out. Absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll definitely catch you again soon. Thank you, Virtual Savannah, for the follow. Thank you very much for that. Hey, Ogorki, how's it going? Welcome on in. Oh, good. That's excellent. Glad to hear that you're going well. You like the bow? Oh, very good. Yeah, I quite like this one as well. I'll get that document another time. Hello, Biko. Welcome on in. Yeah, doing a 10th anniversary playthrough, Biko, of this game. Doing 100%. The game only wants you to get all the collectibles and do all the side missions. But I'm doing extra stuff on top as well by getting all the weapons, getting them all upgraded, getting all the equipment, getting all them upgraded, listening out for enemy dialogues and all that kind of stuff. So phase 1 is a pretty full up kind of playthrough, and there'll be other phases throughout the year as well. How's things going, Biko? Hope you're having a good one. Shadow, looks like you made a great enemy in The Witcher 3, and this enemy isn't hostile, nor a Witcher, nor anyone, not even politicals. This enemy of yours is none other than the blacksmith of Beauclair in the Blood and Wine expansion. Guy always has a way to get on your nerves with his pricey crafting. You gotta love it in games when merchants and stuff wanna charge so much money. It's like IRL, we get that. We don't need it in video games as well. Like, just one day they turn up to where the blacksmith is, and it's like, where's the blacksmith gone? And Geralt just doesn't say anything, then walks off.
Communication repeaters. Trinity must have installed these.
That chemical from Grandmother's notes? Phenothiazine. I think I found it. They stored it in the lower levels of the copper mill where they used it to deal with the termites in the summer.
Are you sure it's the same chemical, Nadia?
I'm sure it's the chemical Grandmother's recipe mentioned, but I am not sure that it will be safe to drink.
Suppose we'll find out. I'll head there now.
Biko, you love treasure hunting games anyway. Uncharted, Indiana Jones, good easygoing stories with lots of action. Oh, very nice, Biko. That's cool. Yeah. I've been a fan of those games for a while, as well as games that sort of were precursors like Prince of Persia as well, which was also inspired by Indiana Jones. Partly, not entirely. Presenter 10-year anniversary of Fallout 4 this year as well. Oh, is it Presenter? So that's when that game came out, 2015? Yeah, I haven't actually played that one at all. I tend to do anniversary runs of games that I've played in the past, or had some kind of connection with as well. Witcher 3 I've only played once, but I enjoyed it quite a lot, so I'm going to do something for it, for its 10th anniversary. But a lot of the other games I've played multiple times over the years. Biko, yeah, you're right actually. Had probation talk last Thursday and it went kind of well. At least they're trying to learn more about you and your life without coming out of the blue. Well, that's good, Biko. I'm glad that that's all going good as well. Glad that you're going alright. But, Shadow, trust me, the guy is annoying as fuck. Every time you're close to crafting a Grandmaster object, he always needs something that you have to craft. And either way, that you have to craft, and either crafting it or buying it still takes out a lot of coin from your pockets. And to craft an armor, it's even worse. Yeah, that'd be so annoying. I don't blame you for feeling annoyed at it as well. You know, all these things that add up to the point where it's just like, come on. Is it Shadow? So Bloodborne came out in 2015 as well. Jeez. Time does fly, Oliver. You're not wrong there. We're getting old so quickly. It's just crazy how quickly time goes. Okay, we've got 2 skill points. Alright, we're going to go with Heart of Stone. take significantly less damage from enemy gunfire and melee attacks. Effect is cumulative with the thick-skinned skill. We'll go with Strong Medicine. Resist damage from enemies for a short period of time after bandaging wounds during combat. Oliver, where is your walking stick? Nice. Now I have enough to craft the rucksack. Large insulated storage pack that significantly increases resource carrying capacity. Shadow, your back hurts. I just thought of Happy Gilmore, where his grandmother tells the guy at the nursing home that her fingers hurt, and the nursing orderly, played by Ben Stiller, is like, now your back's gonna hurt, because you just pulled landscaping duty. Although they slept funny, now your body is broken. Your body is like, what is this configuration? Ogorki, where did your cool bow go? Oh, I just had the other weapon selected. I had the rifle selected from when I looked at the upgrading stuff. Oliver, it was just a joke, but sometimes it does happen. Oh, well that's it too, you know, like the strains that would happen and all those pains and stuff. Damn, I'm gonna have to go into the area where the next main story mission is. Oh, this is so annoying. I should have waited till I did the next part of the main story, actually, because then I wouldn't have to worry about this. See if I can find another route. Although we're getting random joint pains if you sleep in an awkward position, but as a kid you can sleep like a pretzel and be fine, and wake up and it's like, oh yeah, this is all good. She'll have damn you past Rod who did that one part of the main mission. I know, it's like, how dare I do that, you know? But yeah, the way that it's structured, where things are positioned, and all that kind of stuff. As a streamer, trying to make sure each bit of content is done where it's done in sort of like packets. Yeah, there's no way to get to where I need to go for the DLC without triggering the dialogue and everything for the main story mission. Fuck.
Soviet soldiers. Something awful happened here.
Lara, are you okay?
Yes, I'm at the base of the old Soviet mill.
I'm making my way to the mine entrance at the top of the facility. Can you meet me there?
I'm on my way.
Alright, so that's a little bit of dialogue related to the next main story mission, which I won't be doing until next weekend. So yeah, best laid plans try to make things be in the order I want them in, but nope. Oh well, can't be helped. In the future though, when I do this DLC, I'm going to make sure I do it after I get this Jacob part done. If I'm going to do it before I finish the main story, that is. Playthrough ruined, need to restart from the start again. Just kidding. But part of me is like, yep, I'd be willing to do that.
Found it. I'm mixing the ingredients now. Any word on that patrol?
Just picked up another transmission. They're on the move.
Where are they now?
Oh no. They're headed straight for you. You might be able to sneak past them, but probably too late.
Advancing to cover!
Damn.
Just you and me! Grenade out!
Taking position! I'm under fire! Man down!
Taking position! I got a hit!
Ready to see if the antidote works?
I'm not exactly looking forward to it, to be honest.
If it does, I'll make my own and meet you at the Vale.
I'll let you know when I get there.
Oliver parkour. Lara face slamming into the rock over and over again. Doing a roll jump, roll jump, roll jump. Biko, the only criticize you have with this Tomb Raider is her breaths are overly done, but everything else is fine. Oh yeah, when jumping and running and climbing and scrambling and all that, yeah. Oliver, Lara would make a great Olympic long jumper. Oh, you're not wrong there. Oh yeah. She'll rod on Wednesday, so I replayed up to the DLC so we can do it in one go without being interrupted by the main mission. Yeah, it's a good thing though it's only a bit of dialogue from the main story mission though. I'm glad it's not like a cutscene or anything like that. Bullseye. That's what I love about these games, is being able to hide behind a corner and the enemy can't hit you, but you can hit them. Depending on where they're stationed, of course. They can move into a spot where they can actually hit you, of course, but... Oliver Baker prefers his women not breathing. Toughest bish ever. Yeah, I mean, like when you're sprinting, there's a certain combination of breaths that Lara takes, creating like a little bit of a remix thing. Hypnotic, welcome on in. How's it going? Lara's wrists, shoulders, and knees are either buffed to the max or totally blown out with all the jumping and gripping ledges that she does. That's true, like arms out of sockets and all that kind of stuff.
Only enough for 2 doses. Got to make them count. It's working, Nadia. Everything looks... normal is the wrong word, but nothing like the last time.
Good. I've made my own antidote and enough for Grandpa, if we find him. I'm on my way to meet you now.
Scarecrows, of course. This can't be the same place. I was lost in here. Half expected him to still be here.
When the guilt of working in the Gulag became too strong, I would lash out. A stolen screwdriver, misplaced paperwork, futile gestures that would never balance the scales. One day, I was caught taking a stupid risk. Your grandmother, Serafima, she spoke up, took the blame. They beat her, mercilessly. But I was saved. When I found a moment to thank her, she spat at my feet, told me I had risked my life for nothing, challenged me to do more. You have so much of her in you, Nadia. At first, I thought her cruel. She gave me no credit for my little acts of disobedience. That place, the Gulag, it crushed hope and ate what little scraps of dignity remained. Every day I did not fight it with my whole heart, she said. I was complicit in atrocity. She demanded my honesty because she knew I was capable. It was the greatest kindness anyone had ever shown me, and I loved her for it.
Meeting Serafima, Grandfather's Journal. Ivan describes meeting Serafima for the first time in the Gulag. Stan Patek's glue for all your needs. That's all you need. Break your arm. That's alright. Just use that glue. You'll be fine.
Nothing. Just a forest. It was so real. This is Trinity gear. Must have walked right past it last time. No bodies, though. Maybe they're still alive in here.
It's all wrong. Lost the old man entering the Vale. Lost Fisher. Lost Parker. Just gone. No trace. Can't trust the eyes. Seeing things. Corpses. Worse. Things that walk. So huge they hide the stars. Can't tell what's real. Not sure there is a real. Is it the eyes? The eyes have to go. My hands are steady now. Billings goes first. Stop! Hold still!
The eyes, Bravo's end. They were unprepared for what they found. So they lost Sam Fisher and they lost Peter Parker? Jeez. Hypnotic, the T-virus. That's the thing. So many different viruses and what they can do. Like, these sorts of viruses that make you hallucinate stuff. Like, I've never actually experienced that, knock on wood, but that'd be quite crazy. Oliver, not Peter Parker. They lost him. How could you lose him? He's not Ant-Man who can shrink really small. Hypnotic Spider-Man? Spider-Man does whatever a spider can.
Nadia, what do you know about these ruins out here?
Even before the witch made her home there, our people avoided the Vale. The Founders were building a shrine out there, but something happened to them. None of us have been in there in generations. Be careful. Even if your visions weren't real, that place is still deadly.
There's some hanging things that you can shoot in this part of the game where the DLC takes place, but in this stream I'm just going to focus on the main story elements of the DLC.
We decided to wait until winter passed. We hid supplies. We made maps. We planned. I got her a work detail indoors. She helped me find ways to slow the grinding gears of the Gulag. If I could disable a hydraulic lift, I could keep 100 men from one day in the mines. Cut the wiring of a few trucks. There would be no special work projects for another week. I took greater risks, but once I had met your grandmother, I could not return to the sin of ignorance. We knew that the child would complicate our escape, and she hid it as long as she could. And then, without warning, they took her away. Our daughter was given to a nursemaid among the native prisoners, and they dragged Seraphima away to the Vale. I tried to stop them, fighting in the open. I stood in front of the transport truck, prepared to kill to save her. But there were too many of them. I screamed my farewell as they dragged me away. And I don't know if she heard.
Taking risks, Grandfather's journal. Ivan and Seraphima planned to escape together, but they were caught. Biko, he is funny, Homer Simpson. You love him so much, so he's an idol, an icon, even a god to you. The amount of times he's rescued you feeling bad, just to then think about his mistakes, and especially funny things he did. Remember when he couldn't find the any key on the keyboard because it didn't say any key? Marge, I can't feel my legs. Those are the legs of the bloke behind you, Homer. Yeah, Homer's quite funny. I remember that episode where he writes a letter, or he has Bart write the letter, or someone writes the letter for him, and he wants to get the letter back because he doesn't actually want it to go to Mr. Burns. So he tries all these different ways to get the letter and prevent it from getting to Mr. Burns. He even goes to the post office and he pretends to be Mr. Burns and he's like, "Hello, my name is Mr. Burns. I believe you have a package for me." "Okay, Mr. Burns, and what's your first name?" "I don't know." That bit always made me laugh. And then there's like a few episodes where you have like Bart wants to do the jump over the Springfield Gorge on a skateboard, and Homer wants to stop him from doing it, but Homer doesn't realize until it's too late that he's actually on the skateboard. So he almost makes the jump, but then he falls down and hits all this shit on the way down to the bottom. And then later the ambulance come to pick him up and he gets sort of like airlifted and they bring him all the way back up. But then he gets put in the back of the ambulance, and then I think the ambulance crashes and hits something, and then the back of the door opens up and then he slides on the gurney back and down the cliff again. Dr. Darling, Nikolai, is that you? Not too sure, actually. I had to look at IMDb to see who voices Ivan in this, but there's no mention of Ivan in the credits on IMDb. Yeah, Biko. So many funny moments as well. But that's good. It's good to have things that can help you out in tough times. They may not be real people and stuff, but, it can be good to have something that helps you through a rough time or might inspire you and stuff.
Just wolves. Damn. I'm up on the first of the ruins now. This doesn't look like a shrine. This was something functional. I see ropes and wooden gears.
The Founders built lifts elsewhere in the valley to move people or supplies between the peaks, but they've all fallen apart now. That has got to be what it is. See if you can make your way up to the top. I'll be right there. I'm in the canyon now. I'll let you know when I've arrived.
It's dark. The others are out there. I can hear them, panting. Moment of clarity, but it's slipping, coming less frequently. We're sick, poisoned, something. Doesn't matter. Forgot why we came here. Forgot where we were before. Barely remember who I am. Someone else here, walking amongst us as we grovel and weep. A spirit, a goddess, a demon. She is whispering. We listen. 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 Hey, listen.
Who said that? Biko, him getting his dog to purposely shit on Reverend Tim's lawn. The list is never ending of hilarious things he got up to. That's true. It's hard to believe how long The Simpsons has been going for as well now. Demon in the dark, Bravo's end. The pollen drove them mad, and then she revealed herself. Oliver, you listening? Oh, that's good. Because Smeagol isn't listening. I'm not listening. I'm not listening.
It is my great honor to have been given the responsibility of overseeing the construction of a shrine to the Apostles out in the far Vale. The site is on the very borders of our newly founded city, through a distant canyon. The natural waterfalls and geothermal springs grant us an amazing opportunity to use our combined knowledge to create a place of solemn worship and reflection that glorifies not only the memory of the Apostles, but also our own recent advances in construction. Already we have outpaced the empire we left behind. We will arrive in the morning and break ground on a shrine to honor our past and the future of our city.
Best laid plans, the Lost Engineers. The founders planned to build a great shrine in the Vale. Because they're so clever, they even predicted things that happen on Earth before they happen. They said when Donald Trump exactly will be president. Yeah, it's crazy that the amount of time that passes with The Simpsons being a thing, that they have so much time to come up with scenarios that might have seemed ridiculous, but ended up happening later on.
I wonder if I can move these platforms. There must be some way of anchoring the platforms. Maybe I can connect this to something. Better run.
They put me with the other Russian prisoners. I could see the hate in their eyes, and I didn't blame them. To them, I was just another instrument of their humiliation and degradation. I didn't tell them what I tried to do. It could never be enough. When the revolt came, I was ready. The native prisoners, the ones the Gulag recruited from this very village, were kept apart from the Russians. They had known of my resistance, and that kept them from killing me, along with the other guards. I held my daughter, your mother, for the first time as the Gulag burned around us. The people of the village took us both in, and against their own superstition, agreed to help me rescue your grandmother from the Veil.
The Gulag burns. Grandfather's journal. Ivan and his daughter survived the fall of the Gulag, but Serafima did not.
I'm at the top, Nadia.
I'm almost there, just behind you. Don't go anywhere without me.
Look at that! The witch has kept the lift running all this time. It looks like she even made a few improvements, but I don't think those ropes will survive many more trips.
It only needs to make one.
2. I'd like to come back down. Eventually.
Nadia just casually teleports without having to worry about running and jumping and climbing up these things, and she would have had to actually make that rise up again because it would have fallen.
Don't you want to see if this thing works?
Sheila, see Lara, this is how it's done. That's all you had to do. You just had to teleport, like, duh. Everyone knows that. Everyone can do that. Stan, Lara must be feeling like an idiot. Yeah, Lara's like, what the hell? How could I have not known to just teleport?
Try pulling that lever over on the platform. Maybe it'll get us moving.
Your witch is clever. Everything in this veil is arranged to perpetuate the myth of Baba Yaga, and the pollen does the rest. The last time I saw the lift, it looked nothing like this.
What did you see?
Just as the legend says, a house walking on giant bird legs, but without the pollen, it's just an old contraption.
I'm sorry. I was so sure of Grandpa's story.
She's Russian, someone who knew the myth well. Nadia, it's possible that your grandfather will know who she is. He was a prisoner in the Gulag, you said.
I didn't say that. Not exactly. Grandpa was a guard. My grandmother was the prisoner. She was a brilliant scientist, and they brought her out to the Vale to help study something in the ruins. But then the witch came. Grandpa never forgave himself.
Killing the witch won't bring her back, but I understand. Let's just hope we can reach him in time. Nadia, come quick!
No. Nadia? How?
It's the pollen. Here, let me. Grandpa, can you hear me?
I tried. I couldn't save her. I tried.
Shh, it's okay now. I'll stay with him, Lara. It's time. You only have one more dose remaining. Make it count.
The officer wandered out of the Vale, just as our rescue party prepared to enter. His body bore the marks of torture, a sight we knew well. The witch descended on them during the revolt, killing Seraphima along with her captors. He told us of the house that walks, of her fearsome voice. A child's story made flesh. He died the next day. Baba Yaga leaves no survivors. I wanted to go on, to bury your grandmother, but no one would enter the Vale after that. In the village, I learned to be a good man. I lived to honor her. I worked hard, but I dreamt of killing the witch every night. I might have gone years ago, had the fever not taken your mother. I stayed for you, Nadia. I am a lucky man. I lived a good life I did not deserve. A new fight is coming, but it is not mine. If I am to find revenge for Seraphima, it must be now. I go to kill the witch. to lay your grandmother to rest. I will not be coming back. Forgive me.
Among the Remnant, Grandfather's Journal. Ivan lived among the Remnant, all the while dreaming of revenge. Alright, let's get Silent Killer. Stealth kill enemies without alerting nearby foes. When I did my stealth challenge playthrough, this was a skill that I wasn't allowed to get.
She has to be inside. This is it.
It's her. Always been her. At the margins, in the dark, always there. She is what we came here for. We just didn't know it until now. She is the center of the world. She can make the fog swirl and choke our minds. She can give us clarity. She spoke her name, Baba Yaga, and our wounds healed. With another word, she split us open again. We are nothing, and we are hers. We will do as she commands. We were made for this.
The Witch's army, Bravo's End. She broke them down and built them back up to serve her. Hey there, Ave. I'm doing well, thanks. How's your day going today? We're doing the Baba Yaga DLC.
Oh God, what has she done to them? Bravo team, the missing soldiers, they're here.
Ave, your day's going great. You just finished House of Ashes. That's awesome that it's going great. Ave, that's cool. Congratulations on finishing that awesome game. Goddamn, the game was good. Easily your favorite in the franchise so far, and it will be hard for the other games to beat it. That's very nice, Ave. It's such a great game, that one. When I first saw the teaser trailer for it, I was really hyped because seeing the statue of Pazuzu, being a horror fan and being a fan of The Exorcist, I was like, oh, this is interesting. So it's going to delve into like demons. And then of course, playing the game and finding out all the other elements aside from that, and finding out what it was actually about as well, you know, what the creatures were and all that kind of stuff. Only Rachel died, Ave? Well, that's pretty good that you got through with only one character dying on your first playthrough. So what was the death for Rachel? Did she die by falling from the rope, or... Although I think she can't die from that. I got infected. I gotcha, yeah. Biko, you like all of the Dark Pictures House of Ashes, even you watched that, but you made sure you skipped past every violent, scary scenes. you like all of the Dark Pictures series, but only because you're a complete TOFF and pleased it's a UK studio that makes it. Lol. Still a good game, though. Yeah, I like the anthology style. It's a good way to be able to tell individual stories, but also have that connective tissue. And in the case of those games, it's the curator. And I like how they structure it too, where if you've never played any of the games before and you play one of the ones after the first one, the curator talks to you in a way that still matches the fact that it might be your first playthrough, you know? I think that was quite good. I mean, but before she was shot by Jason, she told the group how the creatures came to be. You liked how real the ending is. All good. As far as the world knows, not a thing happened here. Yeah. Yeah. There was a bit of, like, the way that game ended, and also the fact that the creatures were real is something that, you know, certain fans were wanting with the other two games, Man of Medan and Little Hope. So they got it with House of Ashes. Such a great game, that one. Poor Salim, though. Yeah, that's the thing, you know. I mean, there is a way to make him survive and he doesn't get captured, so he can go back to his son. But, yeah. I can't remember how you come about that ending, though.
Dizzy, no. I need that last antidote. This is the last of it. Ah, no!
When you are dead, you too shall serve. Taro etana kura ne ayate.
They're just men. You can do this. Stay down, damn it! Come on, Lara, keep it together. This isn't real. Keep going, damn it. Stay down, damn it! You can do this. Got to stay focused. Just a hallucination. Shake it off.
Let go! Croft!
Damn it. Need to keep her away from the rope. Go! Oh, shit! She's gonna cut the rope!
Get out!
Lara, can you hear me?
Bit busy at the moment.
Grandpa's awake. He says it's her, Lara. The witch is my grandmother. She's alive. Please, you can't. Maybe we can get through to her. We have to try.
I'll do what I can, but we have to end this, Nadia. Oh shit! She's gonna cut the rope! Stop. No more. I know who you are. I can only imagine what you've gone through to stay alive.
You have no idea.
It's over now. You don't have to live like this anymore.
Serafima.
Edoti. But you died. They told me you died.
Will she be all right?
I don't know. But it won't be easy for any of you.
Family never is.
Oh, I know. I know.
Thank you, Lara, for everything.
Alright, I'll catch up on chat. The US government is probably not going to be as nice as Jason. One thing the ending made you wonder, though, is what the hell is Winterfold? Another notable thing, you loved the ending song, it was awesome. Also, it was creepy as shit when the eclipse happened. You thought everything was fine, but of course they wouldn't make it that easy. You were so sure at least one would die in the house. Yeah, that's the thing, like, it's great to get him to survive, but he probably would never get to see his son again, after that. So if you can get the ending where he survives, but he actually gets away and is able to go back to his son, that would be good to be able to do that. As for the Winterfold thing, it could be setting something up, because there's definitely links. Like, for example, you can find newspaper clippings in one game talking about events from a different game in the series and stuff as well. So it might be setting something up for the future. Adrian, this feels like the most boss-like boss in the Survivor trilogy. To be honest, she sounds more Klingon than Russian. Klingon. I'm not familiar enough with how that language sounds to actually remember it. But I have seen Star Trek, but I haven't committed to memory. Well, not that I commit to memory how things sound, but I mean to say, I don't really know without hearing it how it sounds. Stan, that's a very accurate observation. The ones who were speaking Russian, especially the witch, their accents were so horrendous you couldn't understand a damn thing they were saying. If you told me they were speaking some made-up gibberish alien language, you would have believed you, says a Russian player on interwebs. That's the other thing, too, as well. Like, it's easy to just take at face value how words in a different language are said if you don't know the language yourself and how the words are said properly as well. So I think it's good when people actually point that stuff out. Dr. Darling, so in the final draft, the changes happen after the regular ending. The rest of the game is pretty much the same. Don't want to miss anything without spoilers. Yeah. There's things that you find that the game will actually direct you to. So they're things that you can't miss that aren't in the normal mode. There's probably some little subtle changes as well, here and there as well. And then there's also the actual full ending. You get the full ending in that. But you wonder if you get the ending by not choosing the helicopters at the start. Like Jason thinks you should go in with a small army, but you can choose to go in smaller and more stealthy. Quite possibly that could be one of the things. Because in the last playthrough I actually asked for air support as well. Mission complete. Defeating the witch. New gear acquired. Dream Stinger. Pollen arrows. Your Dream Stinger bow infuses your poison arrows with hallucinogenic pollen, sowing confusion and terror among your enemies. New outfit available. Wraith skin.
Thought I'd give them a little time alone while I look around some more. I shut off the last of the boilers inside. You should be able to explore without, going mad. This place is incredible. I would have made my home here too. She lived out here just miles from us. All this time. You knew, didn't you? God, All seems so obvious now. I'm gonna look around a little longer. Maybe pick up some of her things to bring back to the village. Thank you, Lara. The flowers here. We'll see you soon. They're not exactly the same as the ones in the valley. She must have been breeding them, selecting the most potent ones. I wonder if she can teach me how she repaired the lift. You might still be a little dizzy from the pollen. Working in the valley. I wonder if she can teach me how she repaired the lift. If we could get more of them working in the valley. They're not exactly the same as the ones in the valley. She must have been breeding them. Selecting the most potent ones.
Alright, that dialogue we've heard. I want to see though if I can get the other dialogue but double it up over the other one on its own.
The flowers here. They're not exactly the same as the ones in the valley. Selecting the most potent ones. Grandpa always said she was brilliant. But to do all this, it's hard to imagine. I wonder if she can teach me how she repaired the lift. If we could get more of them working in the valley. Grandpa always said she was brilliant.
Adrian, the Tony Blair witch is gone. Dr. Darling, got to get Alan to a typewriter? That is so true. The story won't write itself. Are they starting 2025 with the supermassive games? Might be the best decision you have made this year. Not that the year has gone on for long, but definitely was a decision you're happy with. That's very good. Because the thing about those games is that whatever ending you get, if you're invested in the game story and the characters, you want to try and get the next ending to be different, you know, and you try different combinations of choices and stuff. And then you get into the fun parts, are they, where you do playthroughs where it's like at every opportunity when you get the option to say what the character is going to say, you choose say nothing and see what outcomes you can get.
I wonder if she can teach me how she repaired the lift.
Guess Nadia's going on about the lift. Indeed, are they? A say nothing run. Yeah, I've done that with all the games now, I think, up to this point. Thanks for leaving the lurk.
The flowers here. They're not exactly the same as the ones in the valley.
Okay, so the dialogue she's saying... There was some dialogue that she said at the same time she was saying some other dialogue. So I was hoping to get that dialogue again, except isolated from each other.
Grandpa always said she was brilliant.
But now it's just looping between the two different things. Grandpa always said she was brilliant, and maybe I can get help with the lift moving.
I wonder if she can teach me how she repaired the lift. If we could get more of them working.
Alright, so the Wicked Veil. There's like 21 documents.
The flowers here.
There was a revolt, a bomb. The native people, the enemies of my enemies, rose up, striking out as we had always dreamed. Ivan and our daughter might have known freedom, but instead they are dead. Killed by the only people that might have saved us. The Soviet cowards with me in the Vale say there is nothing left, that we must await rescue. They say they will protect me, but they jump at the dark, and supplies run low. There will be no rescue. I will live, and my captors will not. Survival is the only truth in this world. They are a superstitious lot. I slip the pollen into their rations, and when they are reduced to weeping husks, I will show them a new face, something they have feared since childhood. Baba Yaga, grandmother serpent, witch. They will die screaming in terror. They deserve so much worse. If I cannot live free, then I will survive alone, in the shadows, until death reunites me with Ivan and our child.
Grandmother's Serpent, The Prisoner's Dilemma. Seraphima learns of Ivan and her daughter's death and makes a fateful decision.
She must have been brainy, selecting the most potent ones.
That's right, Stan. None of them were real. They were all just wooden platforms. Hey there, Lone Star. How's things?
This veil is mine. I have watered the ground and cultivated the dreaming blossoms. No one will enter. No one shall leave. I will not endure the outside world any longer. Here at last, I am in control.
Control. Great game. Dreams in the Witch House. The witch gains control of the veil. Lone, things are good. How about you? Excellent. That's good to hear, Lone. That's awesome. As for me, things are going well. Going to be ending the stream soon. But we've done the Baba Yaga DLC story part of it. I'm just going around and collecting some of the journals related to it. There's a lot of other collectibles still to get in this whole area, but I'm going to leave them because there's an item I don't have yet because of main story progression. There's a tool that lets you swing across and grapple to stuff, so I haven't gotten that yet in the main story. So there's a section in this part where I can't actually get to it yet, but I'll do that when I get the item. Dr. Darling, Lara is the next director of the FBC? Yeah. Actually, it'd be funny to have a mod of Control. To have Jesse wearing Lara's outfits. Hey there, Spectrum. Welcome. It's going good, thanks. Things are going well. How's your day going? Oh, nice, Spectrum. You're going good? You have your coffee? It's a bit warmer, so you're not freezing? Oh, very nice. That's good. Good start to the morning, then.
I speak to myself, if only to hear another voice. It fills the space and the hours, but I have nothing to say. When the quiet overwhelms me, I try to sleep. I dream of what I've lost. I hope they died well. I hope that my dreams are only lies.
Dreams. Dreams in the witch house. The witch dreams of what she has lost. I have 43 Fahrenheit, 6 Celsius today. Be good if you could make the temperature of the weather the way that you wanted it.
I thought I survived to spite my tormentors. But now I think I survived to spite myself. This is not a life worth saving. No life is. There are new people in the valley. I will teach them that this existence is not worth living.
Not worth living. Dreams in the witch house. The witch teaches the lessons of the veil. Okay, so is that... I don't think that's a document. I think that's the map that shows me stuff. But in any case, I can't get across there yet because you need the grapple. Spectrum, unfortunately, this is planet Razor. This isn't planet Razor in Star Trek. Oh, so that's a planet in that franchise that you can change the weather temp. No. This is what I was thinking of. So there is a journal entry that I can't get related to this DLC. Until I get the grapple. Oh well. At least I've done the main story of the DLC in this stream, in one stream, instead of not. But we've had a portion of dialogue from the main mission that had to be triggered because there was a part of the DLC that I couldn't get to without triggering the main story dialogue of where we're up to. But it didn't actually have a cutscene or anything like that, so that'll still work out. But yeah, there's a document we can't collect yet because I don't have the right item.
Baba Yaga's weapon. It's a scythe, but it's been dressed up to look like a witch's broom. Everything she did served the myth in some way.
Hey there, Octavius. Welcome. I'm doing really good, thanks. I finished the Baba Yaga DLC for this. Having a good stream. How's things going with you? You just woke up? You're going to chill with on your Sunday by playing AC Black Flag. Oh, nice choice. That's really good. I love that game. It's such a great one. Never get sick of it. I hope that you end up having a great Sunday. I'm going to be ending the stream soon, but there's some documents that I wanted to get that are related to the Baba Yaga DLC. There's one I won't be able to get, though, because I don't have the item yet to get me access to it.
I wonder if she can teach me how she repaired the lift. If we could get more of them working in the
Construction on the shrine continues. We decided to build our shrine at the top of the Vale, high in the cliffs above the river. In the lower parts of the Vale, where we quarry the stone, we constructed an aerial lift to bring cargo straight to the shrine. With all of our success thus far, I cannot ignore the ill omens. The two-headed wolf pup I found, dead in the forest, with the strange noises at night that no one can identify, and the murder. First in our new city. 2 journeymen were feared lost in a side passage collapse. But one emerged 2 days later, raving mad and covered in his companion's blood. We are no strangers to violence, but I cannot shake the feeling that we have crossed some forbidden, invisible threshold.
Ill omens, the lost engineers. As construction progressed, they must have come in contact with the pollen. Octavius, nice. Now when you stream tomorrow, it'll actually be Wednesday, will be the next stream. I'll be jumping back to Mass Effect 3. So Mondays and Tuesdays this year, I'm not streaming. There might be some Mondays and Tuesdays where I do, but generally speaking, Mondays and Tuesdays I won't be streaming, so it's Wednesday through to Sunday. And I thought I would split it up so that I can do 2 games on the channel at once. One during the week, Wednesday to Friday, and then I can do another one on the weekends as well. But yeah, there might be some days on a Monday or a Tuesday where I might wake up going, you know what? I want to stream today. Or if there's another day that I can't stream, I can swap it out for a Monday or Tuesday. Or if I need extra streams to get a playthrough done, then I'll use up a Monday or a Tuesday. So it'd be good to have that flexibility.
The flowers here, they're not exactly the same as the ones in the valley. She must have been breeding them, selecting the most potent ones.
I have suspended all construction at the shrine and ordered the workers to prepare for the return trip. I should have left weeks ago, sought advice from our city's wisest. The violence increased, slowly at first, and I passed it off as raw nerves, pressure to succeed. But now it cannot be denied that something evil inhabits the Vale. It preys on our worst nature, makes us susceptible to dark suggestions. Yesterday, a young stonecutter brought me news of a scaffolding collapse that ruined much of the day's work. Before I knew what was happening, my aide had to pull me off the youth, who lay bloodied and insensible. When I washed my hands, I found a fragment of his teeth embedded in the flesh of my knuckles. I do not know myself any longer. It is time to leave.
The coming madness, the lost engineers, they had no idea what was happening to them.
I wonder if she can teach me how she repaired the lift.
Dr. Darling, Rod broke the NPCs. They keep repeating the same lines now, over and over again. It's like the hiss incantation, except they talk normally. Orange peel. This document, I would say, is the one that I can't get to yet. Yeah. Need the gravel. It's interesting it let me climb that far above the actual texture of it. Alrighty then, so it's going to be a long time in the playthrough before I get to that point, because I need to progress further in the story, but I don't want to go too far in the story and have too much side stuff before certain points of the story. Whenever I do a playthrough like this, I like to have less side stuff left and more story than the other way around. But that's all I can cover in this stream related to Baba Yaga. But the important thing is we got the main narrative of the DLC done in one chunk of time. Biko, up to anything nice after the stream? Well, we're going to be raiding out to Crocodiles, who's playing Ghost of Tsushima. So I'll watch him for a few hours and then I'll go to sleep. Biko, I think you answered your question. Sleep. Yep, after we raid out to Crocodiles and watch him for a few hours, I'll go to sleep.
Grandpa always said she was brilliant.
Nadia's grandparents, split apart by the Gulag, are reunited. They all have a long and arduous road ahead. Seraphima wore the mask of the witch for so long, I don't know if she will ever be able to fully return to the world. And Yvonne dreamed of killing the witch to get revenge for his lost love, but they were the same woman all along. That wound he nursed for decades won't heal overnight. They're survivors. We all are. But it will be difficult. It will feel impossible some days, I know. At least they'll have a fighting chance, now that we know the truth. It may not be enough, but it's a good start. Alright, so this is where I'm going to end the stream. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing Ghost of Tsushima on the hardest mode, lethal difficulty. Biko, you're going to go into your other mate's stream after Gizlek. He's lovely, your other bae. You're my #1 bae on the internet, along with Salvan Valkyries. In fact, you have a number of baes you do get around on the internet. Go around to different Twitch channels. Well, that's good. It's good to have channels that you enjoy watching, you know, and streamers that you enjoy watching as well. That's all good for the stream, Shilla. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. Before we raid out, we'd like to give the following shout-outs. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Arctic Smash. He's doing a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2. Inmita is doing a playthrough of Terminator Resistance. Lucinda is doing her Resident Evil Marathon, so quite a lot of games that she'll be doing in that series. She's currently up to the remake of Resident Evil 4. And Schiller is doing his playthrough of the Mafia games. He's currently up to Mafia Definitive Edition. Definitely recommend checking out all those streamers. They're definitely great to watch, and you'll have a great time.
Arctic, absolutely no trouble at all for the shout out. No worries at all, dude. And same to you as well, Schiller. No worries at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you guys shout outs. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. And I've also got a raid message to put in for subscribers. That's all good, Biko. Absolutely no trouble at all. Our code and has only offers that cannot be refused. Biko, have a nice 2 days off. Up to anything nice Monday or Tuesday? I'll just need to get some things done around the place. Get some things sorted and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of IRL things as well. But nothing sort of like, not going away anywhere or on any holidays or anything like that. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I really appreciate it a lot. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your weekend. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Mass Effect 3, and that will be on Wednesday. The next stream of Rise of the Tomb Raider will actually be next Saturday. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching the stream. I hope you all have a good one. See you on the galaxy map? Absolutely, you definitely will. Redeemed, you want to see the galaxy map. And look at it for 10 minutes. They're the two games that are on the schedule at the moment. Obviously, with the weekend almost finished, I'm going to be changing what dates are actually on there for those games, but the actual games themselves and the days that they're streamed is current. So weekends, it's Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Wednesday through to Friday, it's Mass Effect 3 at the moment. Until next time, have a good one. No worries, Ave, for the stream. No trouble at all.